So because of the lack of new adventures for this patch, I had put out a poll yesterday on YouTube just asking people what they want to see and things like that. And one of the requests was going into a bit more depth about the different champions, the 6-star champions for the 10-star adventure, and giving some more details on what is critical, what pieces are necessary for success. And so I'm going to be doing that today. This will probably be a bit longer video, but I will certainly put timestamps going through each champion and talking about what's really important for them. I think I will also cover what powers I think you need to pick up, or try to pick up, or will be very powerful with them. You know, you're never going to have perfect RNG with these things, but yeah, I'll try to cover that on a general basis. That will make things take a little bit longer. One note here, just I've mentioned this in other videos, but around 3/4 of the champions I did in a single try, so that's not a lot of data to work on for those champions, and that's the vast majority of the champions. So it's hard to say sometimes, you know, oh yeah, this is really what led me to success when you do it in the first time. So it's, yeah, I'll cover it as best I can, but you know, your mileage may vary depending on what sort of RNG and whatnot you get, what powers get offered to you. Yeah, there's a lot of power in the powers and drafting and whatnot that goes on, that it certainly, you know, just having your initial build set up and stuff like that, there could be times where I have the wrong build set up, but you know, the powers I get still lead me to success. So yeah, the builds and things I'll be showing. I'm not really going to dive deep into relics and builds. You can check out the videos of my runs to look at the builds that I used, or the spreadsheet from with friends like these that's linked in some of my other videos. I might link it in this one too. But that has a lot of coverage of the builds. But here we're more going to be talking about the constellations, which things you really want to have picked up on champions. Talk a bit about the powers, just sort of where to focus your resources for this, and that should hopefully help you with, you know, distributing things as you gain more rewards and whatnot. Where to focus your resources so that you can complete more stuff and get more rewards and so on. So let's just go ahead and jump in. We'll start with the Bandle City region. So here, I'll first talk generally about it. I think the most important 6-star to get will be Yuumi. I struggled the most with Vex. I think I need to check how many runs it took me with her. I think it was like 3 or 4 runs. Let's see here. I'm just bringing up my... Yeah, 3 runs with Vex. So, or actually 4 runs with Norra. So I struggled the most with her. Yeah, I also struggled with Vex. But I think in terms of like requiring the 6th star, Yuumi I did in one shot, but I think her 6-star is the most impactful here. This I also covered in my like Nova star review. I think I also said that Yuumi should probably be where your first 6-star goes. I think she's the most powerful with her 6-star, but I also think that she's most reliant on her 6-star. So yeah, that's just from a general view, but let's, I guess, just jump into the champion here so you can see what her 6-star is, and then I'll talk a bit more about her in general. But I also think that her 4-star is really important, potentially even more important than her mana gem. I think her 6-star is also more important than her mana gem. You can generally use different tactics to get Yuumi out on turn 1 or attached on turn 1 with just the stars you have here. I can talk a little bit about that, but I think these, the 4-star and the 6-star are really important for her. So the, of course, 3-star I think is just going to be a base. Like I think pretty much any champion, if you're running less than 3-star, you're just torturing yourself. You might be able to win if you get super lucky with some powers, but I don't think that's really worth covering. Yeah, so being able to target your units and give them barrier, this is really nice for being able to protect your units, especially if you have things that can generate spells that target units into your hand. Plus, when you attach units, they will get that barrier, and then you can attack in with them a lot easier. But this piece, round start, grow all allies to the strongest ally stats. This means you can focus on buffing up one of your allies a whole lot. Then you can just get, you can go wide with your board, summon a bunch of like 1-costs or Poros or other things, and they will all grow to that strongest ally stats. And then that allows you to punch through and do tons of damage, clear their board, everything like that. Yeah, just overall really, really strong. Without this, she doesn't have a great win condition. You need to just target units a lot with Fated and get extra bonuses, but getting large enough on multiple units with this is going to be a lot more difficult with this. And basically her whole thing revolves around having strong board presence. So your units typically aren't big when you drop them. So normal powers that you would use for things that are focusing on big boards, like Titanic Wake or Trifarian Might for striking their board when you're dropping bigger units, none of that really works for Yuumi. So having this ability to grow your whole board to your largest unit is really key. So that's why I think she is probably the most important one to get this on. I think getting the Warmog's armor is pretty good, and 1-cost Poros have additional item is nice, but I don't think any of these are really necessary. I think the main piece is just getting the 6-star and the 4-star. Those should be your focus. 6-star, highest priority. You don't necessarily need the 4-star, but I would recommend picking that up if possible. In terms of powers for her, I think certainly if you can get the one that makes it so round buffs are permanent, that is really good. That way, if your largest creature dies, your whole board doesn't all of a sudden become a bunch of 1/1s or 2/2, or whatever. It means that when they grow to that largest size, they stay at that size permanently. You can then move like your attached creatures or other things to other units, and then everything will grow to that one size, and you can do a lot of cool shuffling around. So if you get that epic power, I think that's going to be one of the best on her. Sharing is caring is also going to be extremely strong. Of course, mana gems, always great. I think that's going to be universal across all champions. Anything where you see mana gems, I think is going to be really good. Stuff like Wild Inspiration is going to be really good with her. You tend to play things that create cards like gems or other things that target units with this deck. So having ways to target your units for free with those spells, you can give them barrier and whatnot. And yeah, especially, getting spells in your drafts that target your units, so that if you have that 4-star, you can give them barrier, especially at like burst speed, or even fast speed is good enough. And that will really help you to keep your board healthy and then attack in and win. So I would focus on those sorts of things, powers that make it easier for you to do that. Also powers that get you units on the board already. You have a lot of attachments with Yuumi. So if you just start with a lot more units on board, it'll make it even easier. I said I wouldn't talk that much about relics, but one of the really good relics for her is Disciple of Shadows. This will make it so if you don't have her extra mana gem, you can play her out earlier. You could also, if you don't have this, but you do have the Poro King relic, you could use the Poro King's. I don't have that relic, but this also is effective. Reduces, you do start with 2 Poros in play, so this gets reduced by 2, so you can play her for 1. So this is also, and you also get the bonus regeneration and the 1+1+1. So this can be better than Disciple of Shadows if you have it, but I don't recommend getting this if you don't. So Disciple of Shadows, easy way to play her out early for cheap. So keep that in mind. Yeah, not too much else to say about her. I'll try to keep these somewhat quick because we have 61 champions to go through. So that's it for Yuumi. Let's head back to Bandle City in general here. So Yuumi being the first one, I said that I think those resources are necessary on her. Let's just go to Heimerdinger now. Heimerdinger, his constellation. I think that the most impactful one is probably Mana Flow. His 6-star is very good, especially that you get this Wind-Up Shredder at the start, and it gets 3 improved upgrades. The 6-star is very good, but it's tech allies in hand and at the start, so a lot of your tech allies are generated later, so they won't necessarily. I have to double check. I don't play enough Heimer. I need to check if this affects all tech allies. Even the future ones that you get. Normally, everything gets the same improved upgrades. So, I would imagine this is just all tech allies everywhere. I don't know why it says here hand and start, but this is effectively 18 mana worth of tech upgrades, which is pretty significant. I don't think it's necessary though for him to win. I think the bigger thing with him is getting him out early and then spending mana on spells. You get this bonus that whenever you play a unit, you refill mana. So if you have ways to generate spells that cost 0 or 1 mana, you can effectively continually play units. That doesn't really require you to use this, and you eventually get upgrades if you're essentially hitting an infinite loop. So I would say that this is less critical. More what you want is ways to generate spells and whatnot. This is part of your drafting. You want ways to generate spells that are cheap, that you can play, and then you can essentially replay tech allies multiple times and just keep playing them, get more bonuses for your overall tech allies. This can take a bit longer to play, but overall I think that's the more important thing. I think what's really critical is getting Heimer out as early as possible. That's why I was using the Swain Relic plus Pack Powder. This lets me drop him on turn 1. And then that way, whenever you're casting a spell, you're generating a tech ally, then you can play a tech ally, you get a mana, you can play another spell, generate another tech ally, and just keep doing that. So you're drafting, you certainly want things that help you generate spells, or I found Trifarian Might really good on him because you're dropping lots of units in a turn. If once you get to the point that your units are, especially if you have the 4-star, I don't think this is critical, but if you have this, they're gonna get bonus stats. But it tends to be pretty easy to end up hitting with all these tech upgrades, 5+ power. So if you're dropping, 10 units in a turn, that they're gonna strike weakest allies 10 times. Really, really strong. So highly recommend if you're looking for powers that you look for Trifarian Might. I think Titanic Wake will also be good, but it'll take you a bit longer to get to the point where you're dropping Titanic tech allies, unless you have his 6-star, in which case you might hit that a bit earlier. But yeah, I think you in general want to get stat-based stuff. If you see if you see things like this as a power, you can pick it up. There's also a epic version of this that gives created allies +2/+2. That is also good. Things that refill your spell mana, like if you get sorcery as an option, really good. I think that's less necessary just because you are generating a lot of spell mana when you're doing this. More having higher base mana gems. Of course, Perfected Mana Flow, Communal Mana Flow, the Communal Mana Gem, any of that. If you have other ways to get mana gems earlier, definitely pursue that in your draft as well. You tend to want to draft a lot of spells, especially spells that will, generate new spells and whatnot. That way you can keep, if you see things that have like the spells that have the dice on them, where it's like 50% chance to generate another a 0-cost copy of that spell, that's always excellent. Or double cast the spell. Things that give you like epic items on spell cast are also great. Stuff like that. Just that you can keep buffing up your units, giving them permanent or upgrades for that run. Really, really good. Again, stuff like sharing is caring, going to be really good to duplicate your keywords and whatnot that you get across your allies, though your tech allies tend to share all these upgrades, so a little less important. But yeah, lots of things that focus on when you drop a unit, those sorts of effects, because typically with this you are dropping a whole lot of units, and if you're benefiting from that, then that'll be quite good. So in terms of bonus stars, I think this one is really important. The followers you acquire in adventures that cost 3 or more have tech evolution. I think this is really good. You tend to want all your stuff to have, and also the support champions have tech evolution. You want all your stuff to be tech. You'll probably be dropping less followers and mostly playing spells, so you don't have to focus on this too much. I think this is good, but make sure you're drafting spells, make sure you're getting your Heimer out on the board early, and make sure that you can just keep generating more units and playing them out. So that's what I think about Heimer. Yeah, I don't think I have too much else to say there. And let's go through the next ones. So Norra, somewhat similar to Heimer in that you are playing a whole lot of units. She's already cheap enough to get out early on. So I think, personally, using Beast Within and Stack Deck is really important for her. This other relic, not so important. But her constellations, I think her 3-star, like I said, baseline, you can see this gives your created allies +3/+1. So you should be, first of all, drafting lots of things that are costing 4+ base cost. Hopefully they have a lot of cost reduction and stuff like that, both spells or units that cost 4+ as base, but then if they have cost reduction or can generate copies of themselves that have cost reduction, like the doubling dice that I was just talking about with Heimer for spells, or units that have either like -2 cost in fleeting, or the just straight -2 cost, the rare item that gives that, or ones that on draw they have reduced cost, things like that. Those are all going to be really good. You want to be shuffling a lot of portals in your deck. You also, with your draft, want to be making sure you're getting a lot of card draw. That way you can draw into your portals and get those out there. Then you'll essentially, if your board is full, you get the 0 cost units in your hand. And then when you play them, they will get, generate more portals and whatnot into your deck, and you can sort of loop with that. Similar to Heimer, I think Trifarian Might is one of the best things you can get with her. The Titanic Wake also going to be really good, especially if you're running stacked deck. You're more likely to trigger that. Really strong. I don't think her 6-star is necessary at all. Once Norra levels up, you're getting the 4, 5, 6, or 7 cost followers. With that +3/+1, they tend to be large enough units. So you don't need to be dropping champions. The only thing that's helpful with the champions piece is if you're running this Scales of Judgment, then you can be leveraging them for extra strikes. But yeah, I think just try to find Trifarian Might or Titanic Wake. Also, more mana gems, also great because you are going to want to be playing more expensive units. Having more mana gems in order to start doing that earlier, or that have high enough base cost. That's really important. I think her mana flow is more important than this Whoosh Visayan Disciple thing. I don't think this one's that important. It does get you one closer to her level up, so that can be good. You can also look for in your draft things that start you with additional units on board that will get you to her level up earlier. If you don't have her 6-star, I think starting with more units on board is more important, and getting her leveled up so that you do start generating the better units. So rather than Mysterious Portals, I think by default, what they does it say? Yeah, summon a 2 or 3 cost follower. So normally it's a 2 or 3 cost follower, but once you have her leveled up, it's 4, 5, or 6. So it makes a big difference to have her on board to get her leveled up if you don't have her 6-star. So I think that's the biggest thing, just making sure that you're getting Norra on board and that you're getting as many stats as possible. Yeah, not too much else to say about her. I certainly struggled with her until I got a run where I got Titanic Wake, or no, not Titanic Wake. I got Trifarian Might. Trifarian Might made my run super smooth, really easy, so highly recommend looking for that power when you're playing her. Vex here. So Vex, last champion of Bandle City. For her constellations, I think the most important ones, her 4-star is actually very important. Her most important one is probably actually a bonus star, which is this one, the Star of Discovery. Damaging spells you acquire in adventures have Charging Sigil, so this makes it so when you draft spells, you get a lot more spell damage on all your spells. This will make it so spells and skills you use, they do gloom, so you can do a lot more gloom to their board with this, especially if you find spells that deal like 1 damage normally to the whole board. Instead, they'll be doing 5 damage, which is effectively 5 gloom to the whole board, things like that. So really look for things that are doing AoE spell damage or can target multiple things. This gets a lot of value out of it once you have this. I think this is a lot more important than her 6-star even, getting this Star of Discovery. So Explosive Finale, also really important. Sorry, give me just one moment. All right, sorry about that. I had to blow my nose real quick. Anyway, so yeah, her Explosive Finale, I think also quite important. You tend to be removing a lot of units. As part of this, part of your draft, what's really going to be important is, especially as you get into the later acts, being able to remove their plating as early as possible. So if you can find something, like if you draft into Piltover Zon, if you can find Aftershock, really good. Look for the Explorer cards that are able to help remove landmarks or other spells that remove landmarks. Yeah, really, really important to get that out of the way for her because you're going to be relying on killing their units and doing damage to their Nexus with Explosive Finale. That tends to be the main way. She doesn't get a lot of stats on board herself. So, yeah, you tend to deal damage to their Nexus by killing their units. So that can be the main struggle with her as you get to later adventures where units get a lot stronger. You need to use a lot more resources to remove their board. And so, yeah, having the AoE spells that are doing a lot more damage, removing their poros and whatnot. I think she is probably the second most important to get the 6-star on. Mainly because you'll be killing a lot of units with the stuff and then getting that gloom replicated, especially having Vex on board, so all the gloom gets doubled, is pretty important in the later adventures. But once you start going into the much bigger units, it can get a lot more difficult. So, yeah, I think she's definitely one that's going to struggle regardless of, at least for me, regardless of which stars you have. But having more stars on her, certainly better. I still think Yuumi is more necessary than her 6-star here. But yeah, it's between her or Heimer that would be the most benefited by the next 6-star. Yeah, in terms of powers, of course, pretty much anything spell damage related is really good. If you see the Jinx double spell damage, amazing. If you see like Elemental Winds or whatever, that gives +2 spell damage. Really strong. Things that give you spell mana, like sorcery, really good. Anything that gives you cost reduction on spells, also really strong. I tend to be mostly spell focused with Vex, so yeah, just look out for those things. You tend to need some board presence to make things work, but hopefully you can find some spells or other things that, generate units when you're casting them. Like, they're still damage spells, but they also have like that item on them that creates a unit equal to their cost when you play it, something like that. Those are ideal sorts of spells. Just because then you have some blockers and whatnot out there. Yeah, other powers that are going to be good on her, of course, anything that gives you mana gems. Yeah, mana gems, spell mana, caster stuff. I think that in general will do the most benefit for you. All right, I think that covers all of Bandle City. Let's just double check here. Yeah, we'll cover the Spirit Blossoms in their own thing. So let's go on to Bilgewater. Bilgewater, overall, I think Pyke is the most important to spend resources on to be successful with him. I think all the other ones can be successful at 5 or less stars. So for your 6-star, certainly focus on Pyke first. Let's just go into him first, and then we'll go through the other ones. So Pyke, he of course relies on lurking. So his 4-star, also really important. This makes it so your allies that are 3 or less automatically get the lurk going. And then I think there's a bonus star. This is also really important. Followers you acquire in adventures that cost 4 or more have lurk. And then also this one where your support champions have lurk. This will make it so pretty much all of your deck has lurk. And with his 6-star, it makes it so spells everywhere has lurk. This is actually really important. I struggled with Pyke at first. It took me 4 runs to get him to 6-star, or sorry, get him through the 10-star adventure, even with his 6-star. But once I finally started drafting spells on purpose, spells that could, stun or hard removal, things like that, then I was much more successful with Pyke. I'm so used to playing Pyke in other adventures where you're essentially cutting almost all your spells and just trying to get units to be, summoned automatically when you attack in. So I normally would focus on this part of the 6-star. When a card lurks, if it's follower, you summon it attacking, otherwise you draw it. I focused on this part, and so I would cut all the spells from my deck and just try to win by brute forcing my way through. Drafting a lot of spells that help you with removal is actually really good with Pyke. It will make your run a whole lot smoother, and I just wasn't doing that, and I think that was the critical mistake. So certainly get your 6-star and do not avoid drafting spells. You certainly want the right spells. I think you can cut his starting spells from his deck, but you do want things that will either, be able to stun the enemy, obliterate enemies, obliterate the landmark, things like that. You want to be able to get him or get through and be able to also at the very end of the run be able to deal with the 90/90 cat or, the big fluff Poro. You want to be able to deal with those units. Just really important from that side. In terms of powers, of course, if you can get pretty much anything stat-based again, so this is going to be Trifarian Might, Titanic Wake, things to deal with spell mana gems, not so much spell stuff. Mana gems, being able to get units out earlier, things that give you bonuses for lurkers. There's, I guess, pretty much anything that gives you bonus stats. Of course, stuff like, evolution, or most of the legendaries are going to be great. I think that goes without saying. But, the main things to focus on, I think, just standard stat stuff, like Trifarian Might or Titanic Wake are going to be really amazing on him and make your run a lot smoother. Also, even just getting units on the board in the beginning, those powers can be pretty good because they should be lurkers. You can just, especially I think most of the things that summon units at the start of the game, like the 2 1/1s that have the augment, and they're like the tech guys from Piltover, or you get the 1/4s, the 2 elite 1/4 units. Either of those, they're both 3 or less cost units, so they will become lurkers from this, and so they will also get all these stat bonuses that you're getting. Effectively, like +2/+2 or whatever, or +2/+1 every time you lurk. That's going to be very strong. Just helps you maintain board presence and everything like that, since you need to be attacking in. Sometimes they're going to be able to block some of your units that attack in and whatnot. With him, also really important is drafting units that have auto attack in, or making sure that you're keeping units in your hand that have that auto attack and using them on turns that you don't have the attack token. That's also really good, especially if you can get units that have that and scout. That will allow you to reset the attack token and get more attacks in. Also, the power that gets you a attack token each turn is going to be really strong on him. The more that you can attack in, the more you're going to be able to trigger lurk and get your whole board growing a lot quicker. So yeah, I think that's mostly it for Pyke. Instead of his incandescent or Lux's incandescent baton, you could also use stacked deck. I think that'll be really good with him. I think in general, stacked deck can be used a lot with pretty much any stat-based champion or champions that are summoning a lot of units. So, continuing on here. Next, we'll just go through in order for the rest of these. So, Misfortune. I don't feel like her 6-star is necessary, but for how I played her, it certainly makes a big difference. I used her infinite build, so I basically only drafted, like, I only used Make It Rain. I cut double up from my deck as soon as possible, and then Make It Rain was my only spell. I use this to just continually remove their board. This definitely has a lot of risk in it, and you need to make sure that you are drafting units that have like the capture and whatnot on them whenever possible. That way, when you get to the end of the adventure, you're still able to win by, you know, being able to capture their big units if they happen to drop them. Stuff like that. But yeah, I basically just spammed Make It Rain, and this had a bunch of extra damage because I was using this 6-star, which makes it so basically all my spells and skills had 4 damage whenever either I'm attacking or they are attacking me. I could cast a whole bunch of Make It Rain. It is a fast spell, so I couldn't do it infinitely that turn, but yeah, that certainly made a big difference. If you don't have her 6-star, you probably want to focus more on yeah, I don't know the best way to focus her. I mean, you can do the same strategy, you just will have, you know, a lot less damage. So I think Make It Rain by default, this is, if you're using big guns, it's going to be doing 2 damage to everything. You'll certainly want to get more spell damage from your powers and whatnot to compensate if you don't have this, if you're running the same sort of build as I am. You could use like her signature relic and then go for like Perfection as a power and just try to be attacking in with a lot of low-cost units and just damaging their nexus that way. You will then also want to draft stuff to remove the landmark as soon as possible. But yeah, she's probably the second most important one to get the 6-star on in order to be successful. I still think Pyke is the most important, but yeah, she's probably second most, especially if you're doing a sort of spell-based deck. If you're focused more on units, then yeah, I think you're going to need a lot more power from other things in your deck in order to make that happen. You draw a lot of cards, so especially when allies attack. So getting bonus power on draw and whatnot if you're doing more of a stat-based deck. I won't talk too much about that though, just because I don't really run stat-based decks on her. I pretty much just use Make It Rain. Make It Rain. Oh, by default, Make It Rain has Charging Sigil too. So this blessing is quite important. This gives you extra 2 damage, so it does 3 damage by default, and then if you have big guns, it'll do 4 damage by default. So yeah, you're able to remove a lot more of their board, even if you're not, if you don't have her 6-star, you'll still be doing 4 damage to 3 units, which is pretty good. But if you have her 6-star, then you're doing 8 damage to 3 units and the Nexus and whatnot whenever it hits. So it's, you know, effectively doubling your damage there, and then just get powers that deal more spell damage. So yeah, this I should have mentioned that earlier, but this constellation really important. Rest of our constellations not so much. Let's see. The next one, Nautilus, I think his is good. I think Twisted Fate, his 6-star is the least impactful. But let's look at Nautilus. Nautilus is mostly about the draft, but he does also have some important nodes, most notably this one. Sea monsters you acquire in adventures have Great Club, and then non-sea monster followers you find in adventures that cost 4 or more have Diving Helmet, which makes them a sea monster. So this is very good. Also, support champions have Diving Helmet, also really important. I think these are the biggest key ones to get here. This is good. It's not like, I mean, pretty much all of these are good, but I think these two are really key. I think you can kind of ignore his 4-star. It's good, but you don't really need to do anything about it. His Mana Gem, more important than his 4-star. And his Mana Gem, I think, is also more important than his 6-star. The mana, this Rising Tides is good. First time you toss a unit that costs equal or less than your Mana Gems, you create a copy of it in play. This can help you populate the board a lot easier, especially because you're trying to draw and toss cards. The biggest thing is keep in mind that, you know, from his 3-star here, you're getting an additional +1/+1 from deep for every 5 cards that you've drawn or tossed. You want to be drafting in when you're going through and getting cards. Make sure you're drafting cards that draw you cards or toss cards. It is really important to be getting a lot of that. I know it's very tempting to be focused on drafting, you know, sea monsters or big units, things like that. But really, you want a lot of card draw, a lot of toss in your deck, because you might end up drafting a whole lot of cards where, you know, your deck will get tossed down to 40, which is good for getting you down to deep, more consistently, but you are less likely to get the cards you need. Sometimes the cards you need will get tossed in this beginning set of cards when they're tossing cards. Like if you have 60 cards in your deck and 20 cards get tossed at the beginning, it could be some of your really critical cards get removed. So this you need to get a lot of copies of, especially things that are like removal and draw, stun and draw, you know, things like that. It's going to be really important to get those things out there. That way you can still deal with the enemy's board and whatnot. You'll probably get a lot of stats. You should be able to get to deep. I think, you know, oftentimes I was hitting deep on, you know, turn 2 or 3. And so even when you're at 40 cards, you should be able to have enough draw and toss in your deck that you are consistently hitting your deep by turn 3. So yeah, just make sure if you notice that it's taking you a bit longer to hit deep, then yeah, really focus more on the draw stuff. That's the main reason that I highly recommend using Searing Brilliance on him. And the spells in his deck, this Salvage as well as Lure of the Depths, these are really good draw cards. Hitting these with Searing Brilliance makes a huge difference. Getting more copies of those so that you can, you know, draw and toss more cards. And then if you find other spells that help you draw or toss, hitting those with Searing Brilliance will be great as well. This will just add an extra draw, since every time you draw a card, you toss one, so it effectively gets you through your deck twice as quick. Yeah, not too much else to say about Nautilus. Once you get deep, you should have a ton of stats, and you should be able to win that way. I use Beast Within because you need to be able to deal damage before you run out of cards in your deck entirely. Because a lot of your cards will still have draw on them, you can go through those last cards of your deck pretty quickly. You can refill a lot of it with by dropping Nautilus the first time, and when he levels up, you refill a lot of the 4+ cards in your deck, 4+ cost cards. So yeah, if you have a lot of those that were originally in your deck, you can get a lot of deck value back. But yeah, that's pretty much your only chance. And if you're drafting a lot of draw, you need to be able to punch through and kill them. So yeah, you can, if you don't have like Starforged Gauntlets, you can use stacked deck, but more mana gems are pretty important for him, especially if you have his 6-star, just in order to get bigger units on the board, so that you can be using your mana to cast spells and whatnot to toss more cards. So, but overall, I think he's pretty strong. He's more just about your draft, rather than the constellations as much. The success with him is mostly about drafting well. Twisted Fate, I think he's probably the easiest one. As long as you have his 4-star, I think this is very necessary with him. When you draw a card, give allies +1/+0 this round. This will really make a big difference with being able to win. I also, with him, oftentimes do a infinite with Make It Rain. And I just pick a card. And then, because this has Grifter's deck, you just shuffle a bunch of Make It Rains in your hand. Then you can still get CC and whatnot, because every 3rd card you play each round, you generate a wild card. Just save this for using it for the gold card to stun. That way, if they have, like the 90/90 cat or the Heart of the Fluff or whatever, you're able to stun it, and then you can continue to just cast a whole bunch of Make It Rain. This only really works if you have Searing Brilliance as a relic. If you don't have a Searing Brilliance, then don't do the Make It Rain spam, obviously. Focus more on cards that help you draw cards. You'll certainly want Overwhelm, so hopefully you have Beast Within or something like that. And then you can use your units on the board to just get them a whole bunch of bonus attack from drawing a whole bunch of cards, and then you just attack in and win that way. So he has multiple ways you can go about doing this. I like to do the infinite Make It Rain spam with him, but yeah, if you don't have Searing Brilliance, then just focus on this. This is the most important node. And then I think his 6-star is the least impactful. You do get to draw some extra cards. Red card does 2 damage instead of 1 damage. That doesn't really make that much difference. And then the gold card dealing 7 damage instead of 2 damage. I pretty much just use gold card for the stun, not for the damage. So this, for me, these ones are not very impactful. Drawing 2 extra cards is good. So, or I guess doubling the amount of cards you draw, and you refill 2 spell mana instead of 1 spell mana. That is quite good. Bonus stars. I think this one is the most important. 6+ cost cards you acquire in adventures have Power Riff. One of the cards that I really like to get on him is what's it called? There's the one that has Plunder. It reduces the cost of all cards in your deck by 2. If you get this on that, it's absolutely amazing. It makes it so you can just keep spamming out cards from your deck, drawing more cards. Hopefully you have things that shuffle more cards back into your deck, because you will probably be drawing a lot. But yeah, I think this is really good. Oftentimes, these 6+ cost cards will end up being free because you're drawing so much. And so you can get a lot of tempo off that. Highly recommend picking up this star. In terms of powers and stuff for him, of course, more powers that help you with draw. Spell mana can be nice depending on if you're not doing Make It Rain spam. You often want to be getting cards that draw you cards, spells that draw you cards, things like that. So having spell mana is very nice. He tends to grow his board rather than dropping units that are big by themselves when they drop. So I think getting more things like if you get another copy of this higher education, or if you get that round buffs are permanent. So the what's it called? Not sharing is caring, but the other one, whatever, the one that makes it so round buffs are permanent. Really good epic for him. Of course, mana gems always good, but yeah, I think anything the draw cost reduction also really good. If you see that power, yeah, any of that, all very good with him. I think that about covers it. I think I forgot to mention which powers are good with Nautilus. Nautilus, the powers for him, I would say, pretty much any stat-based powers, like the, Titanic Wake, Trifarian Might, stuff like that is going to be really good with him. All right, that about does it for Bilgewater. So let's go on to Demacia. Demacia, the one I think that needs her 6-star the most, because they are all women here. Shyvana needs her 6-star the most. This will allow her to, when you attack, draw a unit. If it's a dragon, you summon it attacking. And this also goes really well with her 3-star. When you summon a dragon, it strikes the weakest ally. The more you can attack in with dragons, especially if you can get things with Scout, or if you have this this relic on Shyvana, this will allow you to rally multiple times and attack in more. That will get you to summon more dragons on the board. They'll strike, and you'll get more fury procs and whatnot. Really strong with her. I feel like this is very necessary. 4-star, not really necessary on her. Mana gems, very necessary on her. Yeah, I think these are the strongest. You certainly want to pick up this. Support champions have Dragon's Tooth, as well as Strafing Strike, Tear of the Goddess, really important, especially if you're using the Soraka relic for rallies. This is a necessary part of that combo. The Dragon Follower's Nomad's Medallion and Confront getting this bonus. Like, all of these really strong. So yeah, really recommend getting as many of these as you can, the bonus stars. Her constellation, the way it's set up, you kind of need to get through a lot of them in order to get to like her 6-star. So if you have her 6-star, you have a lot of those anyway. But yeah, that's just general thoughts on that. Her 6-star is really strong. 4-star you can ignore. The powers for her in terms of your drafting, again, very stat-based champion. Trifarian Might, Titanic Wake, going to be really good. Yeah, you want to make sure, of course, in your draft that you're drafting as many dragons as possible, cutting non-dragons from your deck as early as possible. That way you're more likely to hit dragons. You oftentimes will want to draft spells instead of units when you're going through your draft, just to make sure that the density of your deck is primarily dragons. The draw from the 6-star is, or not the draw, well, it is draw a unit, but this is forced to be a unit and it won't be a spell. So if you draft a lot of spells and you just keep dragons in your deck, then you're more likely to hit those dragons. Also, when you're going through, looking for shops on the way is actually quite important. Shops have a better chance. There's a lot more creatures out there. A lot higher chance that there will be dragons available in the shops. So I would not ignore the shop nodes. Even if there's, a choice between going towards a way that goes to like a smooth soloist versus going to a shop, you probably want to choose the shop over the smooth soloist. just because getting more dragons and whatnot in your deck is very important. Still, powers, of course, very powerful. You do want to get more powers for your deck, like the Trifarian Might. More mana gems, also really important on her, just because dragons tend to be more expensive. So getting those out there, and of course, if you see followers or whatnot that have the dragon's tooth on them, those are effectively dragons. So just make sure that you're grabbing that. The power that says all units are dragons, I don't think that is that great of a power on her, just because it doesn't help you in terms of the draw and summon a unit. They become dragons when they're dropped, so it also will not give you fury procs until those units are on the board. So and it also won't strike units when you drop them. This thing won't work from that. So I think that power is bait on her. I would not pick that up. Instead, make sure you're drafting actual dragons and don't pick up that power. Focus on other powers. Cost reduction stuff, like cost reduction on draw, or anything that lets you get your dragons out earlier, get more dragons, more stats, more Trifarian Mights and Titanic Wakes, things like that. Just that's going to be a common recommendation for any stat-based champion, is try to pick up Trifarian Might or Titanic Wake. Yeah. Let's continue with Demacia. Next, I think probably Vayne is probably the next most critical for getting her 6-star. I don't think it's necessary on her, but it's very good, certainly. So her 6-star, this gives you, when allies attack, give them +4/+0 this round. You're oftentimes, because of this, equipped allies have Scout, you're oftentimes attacking with units multiple times in a round, so you get a lot more bonuses out of this. Of course, with this, if you're able to get, again, the power that says, this round buffs last forever, that power is extremely good. So highly recommend picking that up for her if you are able. Otherwise, standard stat bonus stuff is pretty good. She has a lot more buffs for things once they're equipped, and also getting this. So the Trifarian Might and Titanic Wake are going to be less valuable on her. More, you want to be making sure you're drafting some equipment, making sure you have ways to equip units, getting mana gems, especially spell mana, also sorcery, really good on her. Things that help you to be able to equip units a lot earlier, really good, and makes it a lot easier for you. This followers you acquire an adventure have speed reps, really good, and support champions getting bonus stats, also quite good. Tumble, getting Tear of the Goddess, really important for being able to use Tumble to reset your attack token on turns that you don't start with the attack token. Yeah, really, really good. I think Vayne, this is one where I really recommend having Death's Foil. Having Vayne on board and keeping her alive, also really important. The kind of interesting, the Pyke Relic actually works pretty well with her, because it does, if you cast the Pyke spell, it does trigger this +4/+0, so it's like a 5 damage spell basically, and you summon Pyke, and then when you attack in with Pyke, he'll get another +4/+0, and if you equip him, he'll get more stats from the equipment. So very likely that you can actually get Pyke to remove their whole board. I was not expecting it to be as helpful as it was for my run, so yeah, I actually really recommend using that relic if you have it. I typically would not recommend the Pyke Relic, but and it wasn't necessary for this, It just did come in handy a few times during my run and was better than I anticipated. So the main reason I had taken the Pyke Relic was just to give her more power and challenger. I wanted her to have challengers so I could choose who she was attacking into. So that's the main reason I picked it. But yeah, powers for her, of course, if you can get more armed to the teeth. I think her 4-star, very good. Highly recommend picking this up. Mana Gem also really important. I think all of her stuff is important for her. Mana Gem will allow you to play Vayne on turn 1, which is really good, and then being able to equip her. A lot of people run her with Hidden Tome or Lost Chapter to get the spell mana the turn they drop her. That way they can tumble and equip her with some equipment, get the scout attack and whatnot. Gets you more attacks. Typically what you would do is you drop her, attack in, so she gets the +4/+0 from this. Then you would tumble her in with an equipment, so she gets the scout, resets your attack token, and then you can attack in again. So that's oftentimes the way that you would do this. Gets her a lot of buffs. You can also, if you don't have Beast Within, you can use what's called the Chosen by the Stars, and then you're focusing mostly on Vayne for damage. You can focus mostly on Vayne. I chose to focus more on my board, but yeah, just depending on what you want to do. But overall, yeah, get more powers that benefit from both equipment as well as attacking. If you can get the attack token resets each round, really good with her. Things like spell mana, sorcery, actually really good for her because of all those equipment and things like that you need to be able to equip, and you can use spell mana to equip things. So, all right, let me take a sip of water here. Lots of chatting. All right. Lux Illuminated. I guess we're going sort of weird order here, but Lux Illuminated. I think with her 6-star is good, but I think her 4-star is far more necessary, and her 5-star. So, but yeah, these are really good. She is very stat-based, boosting a lot of your units with Spirit and Impact. She tends to be mostly focused around her Luminous Sprite. But yeah, that tends to be the most important. This one, Prismatic Barrier, having Mana Potion, quite important. I think this is all right. Making this burst speed rather than slow speed is all right. But you do generate a Prismatic Barrier in your hand, and if you already have one, reduces cost by 1. But getting this so that it's a 2 cost, really nice to be able to protect your units with this Prismatic Barrier on a regular basis. It also gives you something to target your units with so that they get Spirit and Impact each time you target them. But yeah, a lot of her deck, oftentimes you are trying to make sure that you are getting your Luminous Sprite, and so if you're able to find this in either stores or drafts that you can get more copies of this, pick that up immediately. Really important. That's oftentimes why a lot of people run Found Fortune on her. Helps get you better chance of drawing her, since this will guarantee draw you a 2-cost unit. If you cut, or 2-cost unit or spell, so if you cut these things from your deck and don't draft other 2 costs, then you're guaranteed to get this. Really strong, and then it'll also give it an epic item, so you have a good chance to get like double attack or something like that, double attack or scout on this. And then when you support other things with it, it'll pass that on to the other units. So really good. This also, once you boost this with a ton of Spirit, especially if you have 2 Luminous Sprites on the board, you can boost the other Luminous Sprite. It'll double the stuff and give it on to the next one. And so, yeah, really, really strong. Her Constellation, this, First time you attack, you refill 1 mana for each attacking ally and draw a spell. This mostly just allows you to get more units on the board later on, as well as, you know, if you need to draw more of your spells, especially if you have removal spells or other things like that. This can be very strong from that perspective, but I don't think it's necessary. It's not really part of her win condition. But getting Overwhelm, you should be getting a lot of stats through your Spirit and boosting with her. So yeah, just focus on that. I think for her, getting Sharing is Caring is probably one of the best powers you can find for her. This will make it, because a lot of the units you're dropping have Spirit. Every time you drop a unit that has Spirit or Impact and stuff, it'll replicate that to all your other units. You are, when you're attacking in, all your allies gaining Spirit, they gain it again, especially using stuff like this. If you're dropping units and you have the Sharing is Caring, that'll duplicate out to all your other units again. So yeah, really, really strong to get that if you see it. Of course, as usual, mana gems, really strong. Other things that get you units on board early on is really good. Spell mana is all right. You're typically not boosting things in your hand or deck, so stuff like Triparian Might, Titanic Wake aren't as valuable with her, even though she is very stat-based. With her, you want to be attacking in more, so if you can get like the attack token reset, Sharing is Caring, as I mentioned. Other things that just give you extra bonuses for stats, cost reduction, things that just let you sort of flood the board with units and then attack in more are all going to be very good. Yeah, I think that's it for Lux Illuminated. Lux, I actually just yesterday did a run with her where she was effectively 3-star, so I didn't have any of these. I think her mana gem is the most important for her. This 4-star is pretty much worthless. I wouldn't bother with this at all. Her 6-star is very good. Because you are resetting your attack token a lot, you generate a lot of final sparks in your hand, and you can get a lot more damage on them for every 6 mana that you've spent on spells. So this is very good. I think this is probably better than Lux Illuminated's, but I don't think it's necessary. Most her power is just off playing a lot of 6+ cost spells and then generating these golden aegises so that you can attack in more, getting board buffs and being able to do that. So yeah, I got really lucky with my run with her that I did this. Definitely recommend using the, I don't have it equipped here, but I used Arcing Comet on my runs with her. This is really good because it's a 6-cost spell, but also it is hard removal, so you can remove things like the 90/90 cat, the Heart of the Fluff, and you can also use it to remove the plating if you need to. So really strong. You really want to try to get Lux out on the board as early as possible so that you're generating more final sparks, especially if you don't have her 6-star. Getting her out early is really important. I think Chemtech Duplicator is extremely good on her. That way when you're casting these 6+ mana stuff, you're generating more final sparks, generating more of the golden aegises. Really, really strong. So when I did my effectively 3-star run, I didn't have Chemtech Duplicator because I didn't have the mana gem node either. And the person that was requesting it said they didn't have Lux's Baton. So I was running Starforged Gauntlets and the Luminous Orb. And then I also took, what's it called? The Arcane Comet. So that filled up all my slots. I didn't have space for Chemtech Duplicator. But if you have Lux's Baton, Chemtech Duplicator, absolutely worth it. I think this is going to be better than, like, you could use Lux's Baton, Starforged Gauntlets, and Luminous Orb to start with 5 mana gems. But I think Chemtech Duplicator is more important than that. If you don't have, or if you don't find powers that give you extra mana gems, getting Succession in your starting hand is really important. This spell gets you extra mana gems. Highly recommend trying to make sure you get this in your hand or more copies of other spells that'll get you mana gems. Getting her to that 6 mana gem threshold so that your Chemtech Duplicator can start going off. Really important. Plus, then you're able to just cast, like your Arcane Comet or whatever every turn, generate more of the stuff from her. Of course, for powers, sorcery, going to be extremely good. Highly recommend that. I even would recommend sorcery over your standard like mana gem. If that's an option, like between those two, I think sorcery more important for her. Just getting, spell mana every turn. Then you can, right away turn 1 be casting a 6+ cost spell. And then her 3-star thing will refresh your mana. So yeah, really, really good to get sorcery on her. I think that's one of the top tier. But then, yeah, anything that gets you mana gems. When I did my 3-star run, I think I got like Communal Mana Flow, and then later on in the run, I also got Mana Flow. So I was getting tons of mana gems every turn. I got extremely lucky in that run. But yeah, anything that gets you mana gems, Communal Mana Flow, the other one, Targon's Peak, can also be pretty good, though that's less valuable unless it hits her, because you actually need to be spending mana. So yeah, more important with her is just getting more mana gems, more spell mana. Those are all going to be really good powers for her. Yeah, I don't know if there's too much else. If you get spell damage, that's nice. Things that I think... Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. There is a constellation on the bonus stars that's really important. This here... spells you acquire an adventure that costs 6 or more. Having this Mighty Mustache is important. This helps you fill the board. These Poros have Overwhelm, which is also extremely helpful. You can oftentimes get stat buffs from different spells in your deck. I think I had, with my 3-star run, I had both the spell that gives your whole board +2/+2 and Overwhelm. It's like the Wild Claw Might or whatever it's called. I had that, which was really good to help get my board a bunch more stats. And then you also have like the unit that generates the 6-cost spell that gives your whole board +3/+3. This guy, so he gets you the 4 Demacia. Really strong. To be able to use that, and then you can use barrier and whatnot and attack in. Try to use your final sparks to remove as many of their units as possible before you attack in. Managing your hand space is really important with her. But yeah, that bonus star for 6+ cost spells, summoning a unit, is very nice because you, if you're spending your mana casting spells, you still want to get some units on the board so that you can be using those rallies to attack in and deal damage. So that's about it for Demacia. We'll move on to Freljord here. Most important 6-star. It's going to be between Tryndamere and Ashe. I think potentially... Ashe, it like completely changes her place. It's probably Ashe is the more important one. You have like tons of frostbites and whatnot that you can be doing with Ashe, but I think being able to punch through and actually beat the enemy, I think this is more important than Tryndamere's. It's pretty close though. I think her 4-star also really important. So this way you can, your round start, you're already frostbiting the strongest and giving it vulnerable. But then when they summon a unit, you also frostbite it. So this will get you a lot more frostbites. Highly recommend picking this up. Mana flow, pretty important, but I think her 6-star and 4-star are more important than her mana flow one. So, yeah, I think for her, a lot of what you want to focus on is just making sure when you're drafting, you're getting more copies of Ashe in your deck. A lot of people just run triple Gatebreaker, probably the better way to go. But I like to use this just to help guarantee that I draw Ashe. It worked out fine for me. I beat it the first try with her doing this. So, yeah. I recommend that if you are using triple Gatebreaker, make sure you're looking for champion nodes to pick up more of her. In terms of powers, anything that gets you more frostbites, really good. Also, if you see the one, I think it's like the inheritance or whatever, when a unit dies, its power gets transferred to something in your hand. That is also extremely strong with her. Highly recommend picking that up. Powers that give you like, I think when I did my run with her, I also got like the Lillia power that gave me a free attack in. That allowed me to, because she had a ton of power, I could drop her, get a ephemeral copy that attacked in. Was also able to get more stats on her. Of course, if you get like the problem is if you get like the axe that like doubles your stats when you drop it, these are going to hit before the stat doubling. So it tends to be that getting just raw stats on her is more valuable than getting like the double stats, unless you have something like the free attack in or anything like that. But yeah, the other powers, of course, I think I already mentioned more frostbites. If you can get those, are really good. Otherwise, you can get stuff like Titanic Wake, Trifarian Might. Both of those are fine. If you do happen to hit other units in your hand with the bonus attack stuff, that will help clear the board. But you tend to want to draft as few units as possible. You want to be if you're running like this build, you want to be drafting spells, especially frostbite spells. Really good. And yeah, just try to cut a lot of units from your deck. Certainly want to keep stuff like the Ice Veil Archer because he frostbites. That helps you get more stats into your hand. Pretty much anything that does frostbite stuff is going to be really good. You want to cut expensive units from your deck. If you are forced to draft any units, make sure that they're low cost so you can get them out of your hand as soon as possible and just keep Ashe in your hand. That is quite important. So, yeah, I think with Ashe, that's most of the stuff. Tryndamere, his 6-star, probably the second most important 6-star. This gets you the both double stats when you summon an ally, which I think really important, really strong. And then also playing Call to Arms rallies you, which is less important, but it is really nice to be able to rally at any time. You tend to get a lot of stats. With him, Titanic Wake, super good, especially if you have this. A lot of your units will drop as Titanic if you have this. So even if they are not normally, like if they just have 4 health or power by default, this double will double it up to 8, and then that'll end up triggering Titanic Wake. And so then you'll get an additional +8/+8 that'll last after that round. So really good. Of course, also the power that makes it so stats that are this round are permanent. Really good for him just because that'll make these double stats permanent. Yeah, then I think other powers that are good on him, of course, Trifarian Might, also good. You get strikes when you drop units that have 5+ power. With this, you're often going to be dropping with 5+ power. Treacherous Terrain is fine. It's good defensively. I think it's pretty good. You know, not as impactful as it is on Ashe. I think mana gems are more important on him. You tend to want to draft stronger units. So, and then also being able to play Call of Arms as much as possible to get those stronger units out of your deck. Yeah, really recommend. Let's see, is there anything important on his bonus star? Yeah, this is pretty good. Followers you acquire that cost 4 or more have ancient coins, so they're cheaper to play. That's pretty strong. This is all right. I think this one's more important, though, that your support champions also get a lot more stats. Pretty strong. With Tryndamere, I first tried the build where you focused more on like Echoing Spirit, trying to get Tryndamere, and then using like Portal Pals and stuff like that to try to get multiple copies of Tryndamere and play units out from that. That didn't work nearly as well for me as using, I think I used Stack Deck. I don't know why I have Lux's Incandescent Baton on here. I don't know what I was messing around with, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Stacked Deck is what I used with him. Really strong. Yeah, highly recommend doing that. Let me see here. Just sort of checking what did I run with him. I think I used Stack Deck. Maybe I used the Tryndamere. Oh no, I used Siren's Call. That's funny. Yeah, I wanted to be able to play a unit on turn 1, and so with this I had four mana, so I used Siren's Call, but yeah, Incandescent Baton is going to be better from that perspective. I just wanted to get units on board early, and because I was drafting a lot of expensive units, making sure I had something I could play on turn 1 was important. But yeah, you tend to want to use draft expensive units and then use Call to Arms to cheat them out. So yeah, really good. So I did not use Stacked Deck on him. You could also use Stacked Deck, but I certainly think Beast Within really important because you're going to have a lot of stats. Being able to attack in and deal damage through their board is pretty important. Yeah. Anyway, that's Tryndamere. I suggest not gambling with Echoing Spirit and trying to just get Tryndameres. I recommend just focusing on using your board, double stats. Try to get Titanic Wake or Trifarian Might on him. Those will make a huge difference with your run. Going back to more Freljord stuff. Haven't run Udyr through it yet. I'm waiting for more of his stars. I think his 6-star is also going to be really important for it, though. Mainly because these mastered stance swaps, both them being burst and the fact that the +2/+2 stance gives you a stun, so having a burst speed stun I think is going to be really helpful for getting through the last adventures. His 4-star is also extremely important for him. Do not miss out on this one. Make sure you pick this up because yeah, I think it's really necessary for him to be successful. For Udyr, I think also anything that gets you spell mana going to be very good, like sorcery, or reduced cost of spells, also going to be quite nice. Things that give you strikes, going to be pretty good. A lot of his units are not Titan or not 5+ power when you drop them, so those are less good. But the power, the thrice bound, the one that gives you summons your strongest unit or highest cost follower from your deck, really good with his starting deck. This Being summoned from the Thrice Bound, really nice because it gets you a stance swap, and the first stance swap you play each round costs 0. This is really nice to get you the stance swap plays and being able to get free strikes from your stance swaps to help remove some of their board. Yeah, I just think that's really good. I think Get Swole really important for him. Me personally, I really think the mastered stance swaps, especially the stun, is going to be critical for doing the 10-star adventure. So, Mana Gem's also, of course, always going to be really good. But yeah. Also, the only reason I haven't tried to run him through there at 4-star is there's no rewards for him right now to run the 10-star adventure, so I'm just waiting for the rewards and then I'll run it. Next, let's go to Anivia. For Anivia, I think her most important node is the Mana Gem. This one is all right. Her 6-star, I think, is the least, or of Freljord, the least impactful, definitely. It's nice, you know, Frostbite, the strongest attacker. Really good for when you get to Heart of the Fluff and the Zoe, especially for the 90/90 cat, stuff like that. This just pretty much negates that and negates like Heart of the Fluff. Heart of the Fluff, he just attacks in, becomes 0 because it gets frostbitten. So yeah, really, really strong for those adventures, but for the rest of it, doesn't really matter. You tend to be able to get enough frostbites and stuff in your deck from spells because the frostbite spells tend to be elemental spells, so you want to be drafting those anyway. So really not necessary. It's nice, it's good quality of life and helps, you know, guarantee that things will be okay. But a lot of what you just want to focus on is drafting elemental spells, making sure you can cast those, get mana gems, grow your board by gaining extra mana gems once you're enlightened. You can do lots of things like duplicating Anivia, making tons of copies of her with if you have archangels, stuff like that. Yeah, I think this node is pretty good. 6+ cost followers, you acquire an adventure up Iceborne. This is an elemental skill, so this will get you an extra mana gem whenever you play them. Yeah, rest of it doesn't really matter, but this one is a good bonus star node. Yeah, mana gem is just really important because you want to be able to get her out as early as possible. I run her with Starforged Gauntlets, so I get more mana gems. And then I also run Chemtech Duplicator, so any of the elemental spells I'm casting, you get to 6 mana gems pretty quickly. So then being able to duplicate those casts, really important. You can do other stuff like I was just mentioning with Archangels, or sorry, Angels, not Archangels, Guardian Angel. That will let you get multiple copies of Anivia, since it'll summon a copy of her, plus you get her egg. And then if you're at 10 mana gems, even her egg, by the way, gets the Chemtech Duplicator. So if you're running Guardian Angel plus this, you can get multiple copies of her, have multiple Chemtech Duplicators going. Then every time you cast an elemental thing, it will give you multiple, and you know you'll be doing great. So instead of these, if you wanted to do just blue relics, you can do Archangel's or not Archangel, again, Guardian Angel. You can do Guardian Angel and the Grand General's counter plan. Grand Generals will get you a guaranteed elemental spell in your hand. You'll get this Harsh Winds every turn, so you can pretty easily probably do her with just blue relics. Yeah, and you don't need her 6-star, so I think that's very possible. But I think getting her mana gem is quite important, so I would try to pick this up if you can. Yeah, I think that's it for Anivia. I think we have one more Freljord champion. So that is Nunu and Willump. Nunu and Willump notoriously gave me the most trouble in the game. I ended up using a much not this build. I think I tried to use this build for most of my runs. I think this build is fun, so that's why I still use this for other adventures that I'm running into. But I used Searing Brilliance, Beast Within, and Stacked Deck. Searing Brilliance allowed me to either hit Blizzard, which is really nice. This gives you Frostbite in Snow shape, or it would hit the Snowball Barrage, which actually came in handy quite a bit, just by having Yetis and whatnot out there. But most of what I focused on was I had Beast Within and Stacked Deck, so that gave me a bunch of stats. His 6-star was actually very important for this. So, yeah, I think let me go back to the overall Freljord here. Order of importance, I would probably go Ashe, Tryndamere, Nunu Willump. Though, maybe even maybe Ashe, Nunu Willump, Tryndamere. Nunu Willump might be the second most. Just for, like, this extra bonus here. I focused a lot on this when I did my run successfully. I would just make sure that units I was dropping were as big as possible, especially trying to draft Yetis and other things like that, get more bonuses to my deck. The biggest thing with him, if you're, using Stacked Deck, this effectively would make it so for each additional +1/+1 I had, when his 6-star triggered, this would mean I'm getting even more stats to my units that are in my deck. So I'm like double dipping on this every time. Same with Beast Within, because you have a lot of Yetis and other stuff like that. They're subtypes, they get this +1/+1. You get to sort of double dip. When they die, those stats go to the top unit of your deck. And then when you play that unit, it gets bonuses. And when it dies, its stats go to the top unit of your deck. And so I just focused a lot on this. And then using snowballs to draw the top unit, play my huge unit. It would die, go to the next top unit, and whatnot. That, I think, is the most important piece of this. The snowball rally is nice, but yeah, I didn't focus on snowballs at all. I pretty much just focused on making sure my units were as big as possible, which makes it so like things like Titanic Wake are even better. You're dropping big units, they get more stats. If they die, those stats go to the units in your deck. You'll drop them, they'll be bigger. Stuff like that. Other things that give you bonus stats, even stuff that's like +1/+1 on summon, or other things. Pretty much anywhere where you're able to get stats to your units, if you have this 6-star, when they die, getting those stats onto units in your deck, really, really, really good. When I did my run, I did not have his 4-star. I think his 4-star is quite nice. He tends to be a bit slower to get going. Once you get your stats rolling, you snowball like he does. And yeah, but it takes a little bit longer for him to get going. So frostbiting is quite helpful. I don't think any of these are strictly necessary. Full build on your support champions is really nice. Blizzard with Oracle Lens is great. Just being able to predict, because you can often use snowballs to draw your next card. Being able to use a Blizzard to frostbite some of their stuff and then, see what you're going to draw next can be very helpful, especially if you want to draw an extremely big unit, or, make sure a certain unit is on top of your deck before you sacrifice some of your units. You can say, oh, okay, I want this unit to get all the stats when I sacrifice this thing rather than something else. Using that predict can help you set that up if you're using his 6-star. So, yeah, that's about it for Nunu and Willump. They're good, but you have to play them right. I certainly did not play him right at all. I didn't have much experience with him, so a lot of failure on that. But Volibear is the last of the things to go over. Volibear I found pretty easy. He gets... I don't have his 6-star. I don't think his 6-star is necessary at all. It's nice. It gives you a bunch more stats for each sigil you consume, but he is pretty easy without it, in my opinion. You get a lot of free strikes dropping Titanic allies. If you're using stacked deck, a lot of your deck is going to be Titanic. I think... Did I not use stacked deck on him? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Where's Volibear? Checking my stuff here. Yeah, I did use stacked deck on him. Okay, good. Yeah, I used stacked deck instead of Beast Within. I think I was doing a run on something else with this, where I was winning turn 1, so I didn't need stacked deck or anything like that. So, but yeah, stacked deck makes a huge difference. I did not use Beast Within just because his level up gives you Overwhelm, so you don't need Overwhelm from Beast Within. You should be able to level up Volibear pretty easily. So yeah, just get a bunch of stats. You'll get free strikes on their units. Even better if you also get the Trifarian Might, then you'll get double strikes from dropping Titanic units. That'll get you more Storm Sigils, make it cheaper for you to play more Titanic units. You'll just chain into them, really make it easy to remove their whole board. But yeah, Titanic Wake, also great on them. 4-star, I don't feel like this is necessary for the 10-star adventure. It's, you know, it's fine. Lets you challenge their weakest units with your units and then overwhelm damage, but tends to be they have a bunch of units on the board. You just have to outstat them and win. And oftentimes the first Titanic unit you drop is just going to kill the weakest enemy anyway. So, yeah, I think this is like very little value for you. Mana Gem, very important though. You want to be dropping Titanic units as soon as possible. So I think this is the most important for him. 6-star, not very important, and 4-star, not very important. Yeah, bonus stars, this one's good, and also this one where your 6+ cost things have Hardy Rations and Chain Vest. Quite nice, that way you can block more with your Titanic stuff and they'll regen. Very good, so... Yeah, I think that's most of it for Volibear. Yeah, focus on stats, use stacked deck, and win. Alright, that covers Freljord. We are only through 4 regions so far, so I know this has taken a while, but yeah, we'll get through them all eventually. Ionia, we have a bunch of Spirit Blossom things here. We're going to ignore those until we get to Spirit Blossom. Yeah, most important 6-star, well, least important I think is Yasuo. Probably Ahri. Let's see. So, no, actually not Ahri. This is nice, but you can optionally sort of replace this with a Gatebreaker. It'll make it a bit harder to get her infinite combo going without her 6-star, but you can still do it. Like, for instance, if I were to get rid of Packed Powder here, you could get rid of this, substitute in Gatebreaker. If you find a even a -1 cost thing for her, you can still go infinite with dropping her. So this is probably the least impactful, easily replaceable with Gatebreaker. You just need to find a champion item node that gets you -1 cost or -2 cost in fleeting, or or -2 cost flat, or, you know, when you draw a card, she gets reduced cost. Anything like that will make it so you can effectively go infinite with her without the 6-star. So, yeah, I don't think this is necessary. Mana Gem is nice, also not strictly necessary. I think you could probably do her at 3-star. You would need to get a bit lucky with some stuff, but overall, I think you could probably do it. Yeah, I think these are less impactful for her. So she is pretty strong with just this stuff, recalling. This recall reduces cost by 1. This makes her 1 cost when you recall her, and then you get a bunch of spirit for her in terms of powers. Or, sorry, I should have checked if there's any bonus stars that are really important for her. This spells you acquire an adventure have mana potion, really important, especially if you can get additional recall spells that cost 2 or less. That way when you drop her, well, I guess, so it base costs 2, then that mana potion will reduce them to 1 or 0. So really important. That way Found Fortune can draw those, and then you can keep dropping her, drawing those recall spells. So yeah, highly recommend picking up that bonus star for her if you want to do her infinite combo. Yeah, that's the main thing with her. What in terms of powers, things that get you units on the board. You could do stuff like Trifarian Might if you're worried about not being able to remove their board in a single turn. That can be helpful. It will also let you attack in eventually if you run out of, you know, recalls and whatnot. There are a number of other sort of builds you can do with her where you can sort of effectively go infinite. If you're using one of the other builds where you're not doing like this stuff that I am, you can certainly use like Echoing Spirit instead for her, and then you can use your copies of her to recall herself and whatnot. There's other things you can do for her infinites, but yeah, I would say other powers that help with that. The sorcery can be good. Drawing a card. Cards you draw cost 1 less can be good. Created cards cost 1 less, even better. In some cases, if you have things that essentially allow you to duplicate spells or other stuff or get additional copies. Yeah, I guess actually Wild Inspiration less important on her unless you're using like Searing Brilliance and other stuff. What else is really good with her? Yeah, if you get Titanic Wake, that can accelerate your win condition. Just because once you hit 8+ power, then every time you drop her, she's going to double her. You know, she's going to get another 8+ power. You recall her, she gets another 8+. So it'll increase your stats a lot more very quickly. If you see the one that when you play a 1-cost unit, you get +2/+2. That can be extremely good with her because you're often playing her at 1 cost. If you get her to 0 cost, that won't trigger. So what else would trigger? I'm trying to think. There's the one that's like the Big Ol' Dust or whatever. Created ally. If you're using Echoing Spirit on her, there are created copies of her in your deck. If you're playing those created copies, you can trigger the like +2/+2 for created units. I think that could also work. I'm trying to think if there's other things. Pretty much anything that gives you stats when you drop it is going to be good for her. You want to try to scale her stats as quickly as possible, just because you're going to be recalling her and playing her. You don't want to run out of steam. You certainly want to get her Spell Shield as early as possible as well. Spell Shield's really important to get on her. That way, if they use any sort of removal on her, you can, have her be safe. Not all of your recalls and whatnot are going to be, faster burst speed to be able to get around their removal. So keeping her alive is quite important. I think champion nodes and whatnot are going to be a lot more important for you in this than hitting power nodes. Typically, you're mostly getting her bonuses based off just dropping her and playing her a ton, making sure you're drafting more recalls so you can keep doing that. And then, you might need some spell mana or something depending on your build in order to be able to do that infinitely. So, yeah, I think that's mostly it with Ahri. Her, like I said, her constellation stuff beyond the 3-star, not that important. Her 6-star just makes this more consistent, and then you don't need to run Gatebreaker, and you can run something else that'll make it easier to do the infinite combo. Let's go back to Ionia. So, then, who is most important? Is it Lillia? Maybe Sett? Sett's just summons him. When you play 5+ coin, you summon Sett, and if not, you get a showstopper. This is really nice. This is obliterates. Can be used on big units and whatnot. Really nice removal. For him, most of it's just about getting to 6 mana, triggering your Chemtech Duplicator. I run this, and I'm pretty sure this is the build I ran. Double check. Where is Sett? Yeah, this is the build I ran with him. Pretty much just about hitting. I think some other people did this with 5-star. I think I did it. I did it with 6-star. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, some other people did it with 5-star versions of him. With this, so this build very viable even without his 6-star. It's mostly about hitting 6+ mana gems, and then the nice thing is with Chemtech Duplicator, you also duplicate the coins. So as long as you have a couple coins in hand, you can, or that your coin is worth more than just 1 spell mana or 1 mana, you can effectively refresh, play a bunch of stuff if it generates more coins and other things like that. You want to be drafting lots of stuff that generates you coins. I don't know if any bonus stars. Yeah, this is really good. Spells you acquire that cost 4 or more have cashback, so this creates 2 coins in hand. So with Chemtech Duplicator, this effectively, any 4-cost spell is effectively free. Because you can just play the coin afterwards and then refresh your mana. I think this is also nice. The Focusing Crystal, you tend to be casting a lot of spells, and this is also really critical. That coin gets stopwatch. Highly recommend picking this up. So pretty much these two, and then this is all right, but these two are the most important to get. Yeah. You can, especially if you have spells that also have grifters or other things like that where you get more copies of them, ones that draw you cards. I do find that you need card draw in Sett's deck. Otherwise, you'll be spending so much mana every turn that you'll be playing out most of your hand. Really important to get stuff that draws you more cards and hopefully also has, things like this. I think the, what is it, the 6-cost spell that refills your spell mana and draws you 2 cards is really, really good. Highly recommend that one. But yeah, your board will get a whole bunch of stats from playing the 6+ cost spells, and then you'll rally a lot, be able to attack in a bunch of times. Most of this is all just based off getting lots of this going. You don't need his 6-star for this. I think the mana gem is important just to get to that 6 mana gem breakpoint as quickly as possible. Out the gates is good, but not critical. It oftentimes gets you a unit that generates coins, which is really good. So from his starting deck, I think, where is it? Yeah, this, because it has the reduction on it, you'll get one of these 2 units by default. So you either just get a coin in your hand, or you get an elusive that has a good chance of generating a coin by striking their nexus. So this can get your coin stuff going. Really, really important. Again, with Sett, similar to other sort of spell-based champions, getting sorcery, really good on him. Anything that gets you more mana gems, really good. The Wild Inspiration is really good. That'll make your coin cost 0 instead of 1. So that way, even if you spend all your mana generating coins with spells and stuff like that, you can still use your coin to refill your mana and then keep going. So I think Wild Inspiration, one of the best things to get on him. Or even better, if you, well, the better depending, you sort of want to spend mana on spells. So sometimes what is it? Spell Slinger, the one that reduces all spells by 1 cost. I think it's still good on him, but you do want to be spending mana on spells, so sometimes that reduction can work against you in some ways. So that's why I prefer Wild Inspiration over Spell Slinger, but I think Spell Slinger is still very good. Yeah, Sorcery, very good on him. Anything that gives you additional mana gems, very good on him, very important. At least up until you hit that 6 mana break point. And of course, more mana after that is also great. So, yep, that's, I think, mostly focus on mana stuff with him, and you should be doing pretty well. And when you're drafting, make sure you're drafting plenty of draw, because you will likely run out of stuff in your hand. Lillia, probably the most important to get the 6-star on, I suppose. Her 6-star, each round the first unit you summon an ephemeral copy of it attacking. Oftentimes with the Lillia, you're using her Blooming Buds to sleep her. And so if you're using like Echoing Spirit and stuff, this will reduce the cost of her. So you can end up having a copy of her out, or multiple copies of her out. You put them all to sleep, and up until she levels up, you're able to do this. And then you can play another copy of her. It'll generate another Lillia that will attack in with her 6 cost. Lots of people will run this Guardian's Orb, or potentially multiple Guardian's Orbs. And then those are likely to hit the copies of Lillia that are in your deck, giving them epic items, and so you get a bunch of epic items on Lillia. Resummon her, especially if you get the axe that doubles your stats. Every time she gets resummoned, she gets her stats doubled. You can grow her stats like crazy with that. Yeah, really strong. So highly recommend using Guardian's Orb and Echoing Spirit, but that synergizes quite well with her 6-star. Her 4-star also very nice, getting this Overwhelm, and then the Mana Gem, very good. So all very strong for her from her Constellation side. I recommend getting her full Constellation. You can still make things work without her 6-star. In general, this region is probably the least reliant on their 6-star to complete, but yeah, overall pretty good. I think. Any critical things with bonus star? I think the one that's nice is that Dream Laden Bow, this getting burst speed. I think this is probably the nicest one, mostly for quality of life. Rest of this, not that important for her build. Yeah, you're mostly generally focused on Lillia and getting more copies of her out. So, in terms of powers, Trifarian Might, very good. You're often summoning stuff with 5+ power, especially when you're putting stuff to sleep and it comes back. It'll strike again from Trifarian Might, so really highly recommend that. Titanic Wake can be decent for her if you're getting to the point where your units, when you're resummoning them, you put them to sleep, they come back. If they're Titanic, they will get that Titanic Wake buff again, so that'll trigger even more. So you tend to be able to scale them with that sleepy stuff. And once she levels up, every time you put stuff to sleep, it gets resummoned automatically. So really strong. Things that reduce the cost of spells in your hand are great. The Spell Slinger, really good. Also just being able to get sorcery, to be able to cast her spells, being able to put your units to sleep, get them to come back, potentially doing that multiple times in turn. As I mentioned actually previously, once she levels up, she effectively triggers the stuff coming out of sleep immediately. So it goes to sleep and comes right back. And that means, if you're having things like Titanic Wake or Trifarian Might, stuff like that, those effectively happen instantly. And so you can use that for removal and then attack in again and stuff like that. Really, really strong. Other powers that are going to be good with her. Pretty much anything that's like on summon is going to be good. On summon buffs. Things that give you more stats. Sharing is caring, also really good because you're probably using Guardian's Orb. Will give a lot of units epic items if they get like double attack or other things like that. When you drop them, they will give your whole board double attack. Going to be really strong. Or if you put them to sleep and they get resummoned, they're going to give everything spirit and double attack and whatnot. So yeah, highly recommend if you see the sharing is caring, pick that up on her. Also going to be very good. Who haven't we touched yet? So we talked about Ahri, Lillia, Sett. So Yasuo. Yasuo, I think even Dia did like a 3-star no epic relics run with Yasuo. So definitely very doable without his other things. I think it took quite a few tries for that to get done. So definitely requires some luck. But it is doable even at 3 stars. He just being able to constantly stun the strongest enemy, being able to, having Yasuo on the board, very important, and keeping him alive, very important, so that you can continue to get strikes from him, clear their board, and whatnot. I think Dragon's Rage is very good. Very nice, mainly because it gives Yasuo Fury. But you can get that on Yasuo through, finding the item for him. You tend to want to pick up a lot of item nodes for Yasuo because he's sort of the linchpin of your deck. Mana Gems, nice. Helps you get him out earlier. Will of Ionia having this handbook, quite nice, and spells you acquire an adventure having Mana Potion. These are both very good. Highly recommend picking these up. The Everfrost, pretty strong. You tend not to worry too much about your support champion, though. Ideally, you get like Fiddlesticks or something, so you don't have to worry about drawing other champions, and you just draw your Yasuo. But this I think these two are the nicer ones to pick up. In terms of powers, with Yasuo, Of course, anything that gives you more stuns, going to be fantastic. More, I think, getting like your extra rallies are nice. You're not dropping as many units. I think in general with your draft, you want to be drafting things that stun or give you stuns. Yeah, however you can do that, and especially cheaper stuns or things that effectively can get you infinite stuns if you have like the wild inspiration power and a unit that stuns and can be played for cheap and generates copies of itself. Obviously fantastic. Yeah, there's lots of different options for him, but you tend to just want to get stunning stuff and then scale Yasuo until you can basically stun their whole board, attack in, and win. That tends to be the way to go. Yeah, I don't have too many other recommendations for him. He's a very control-based champion. Just, control the board, make sure Yasuo survives, and attack in and win. Alright. So, we're through the top row here. Let's move on to Targon. Drink some more water. Alright. Targon. The most important, we already talked about Yuumi. She doesn't use the Targon Nova anyway. Let's see. Probably Leona. It's probably most impactful on Leona. Kayle, certainly, if you get hers, it's going to be, like, your run should be pretty easy if you get her 6-star. I think multiple people have talked about if you get, like, Fiora as her supporting champion. People have done, tons of speed runs of the 10-star adventure with Fiora as the supporting champion. You can basically just like guaranteed win very regularly with that. I don't, however, feel like this is necessary. You can certainly win with her just based off this. If you're getting a whole bunch of stats off of the Blessing of Targon and other stuff that gets generated in your hand. If you're able to play a lot of spells that give benefits to your units, especially if you have Secret Technique, you can get a lot of stats really easily and end up using that. I think with her getting, again, like Titanic Wake and stuff like that is huge. Titanic Wake I think I got that on my run with her. But basically, you drop any unit that has Titanic, which oftentimes even, like with her starting deck, so this thing, because it drops with +4 power, it already has the Spirit on it, and then, yeah, I think with her, what is it, this one, Rushdown. So it already drops with 8 defense, so that triggers Titanic Wake. So even with just, you already have in your starting deck a 2 cost that can drop with Titanic Wake. And once you drop that, it gives +8/+8 to a unit in your hand. So from this, when you give stats to an ally in play, it goes to a unit in your hand, or if you don't have any in your hand, top of your deck. So you drop that unit, gives +8/+8 to something in your hand, you drop that, gives +8/+8 to another thing, and you can just keep cycling this, getting tons of stats to units. So if you get Titanic Wake, I don't think this is necessary at all. Anything that gives your units bonus stats, even if it's just that turn, is really, really good. Just look for stuff that's going to get you bonus stats. Those stats will get replicated to stuff in your hand. Play those out. You'll get more bonus stats. Spells that give you bonus stats, really strong. I think what's good here, yeah, spells you acquire in adventures that cost 3 or more have Battle Banner. Really recommend picking this up because once you use this, if you have, 5 units in board, that's going to give +5/+5 to units in your hand. Really strong. Blessing of Targon, getting Mana Potion, very nice. Makes it 3. You get a Blessing of Targon every turn, so getting it 3 cost, really nice. In terms of powers, also getting Sorcery on her, very good. You want to be casting lots of spells that beef up your units so that those spell or those stats get replicated into your hand, and then you can drop even bigger units. So really good. Yeah, I don't think her, like I said, her 6-star is extremely strong. This will make the thing a breeze, but I think you can do it without her 6-star. I think that the Leona, Soraka also, her 6-star is really good, but Leona is probably more needy about it. Her Daybreak activating twice is really nice. Get bonus stats from this. You really want to get this. Followers you acquire have Solari Sun Spear, so Daybreak they get +3/+3. Especially this triggering twice is huge. And then you can also use her champion spell thing. Where's Leona? So her champion spell allows you to trigger Daybreak on allies again. So if you use that on one of those generated followers, and trigger it twice, that just gives them like plus, because it also gives them +1/+1. You're effectively getting a whole bunch of stats whenever you do that. So yeah, highly recommend. Pick up this Star of Discovery, really important for her. Also this one, your support champions having it, really good. So both of these really strong. This Phalanx also really good for her, being able to target things and give them barrier so that you can attack in without risking their health. Really good. Mana flow also really important for her. You want to try to get her out on the board as soon as possible. That's why I was running this build when I did it with her. The Swain's Relic plus Pack Powder let me get her out on turn 1. Found Fortune draws me Ravun, which gives me permanent Daybreak, and then I can just keep playing a bunch of units, get Daybreak, get her leveled up. She starts stunning their whole board once she's leveled up as you're doing all your Daybreak stuff. Yeah, really good. So definitely recommend doing that, and yeah, then you should be able to overwhelm with stats. I think her, but to get her to scale well, I think this is really important. You can certainly do it without. I mean, it's obviously this is just doubling the effect of Daybreak. So if you just play more cards, you'll effectively achieve the same thing, but this just accelerates things really quickly. I would probably prefer Soraka. She has her 6-star is absolutely amazing. I think her 6-star is probably the most powerful of any of the 6-stars. But you might be able to do her without the 6-star, but getting every 6 points of healing, you get a Falling Comet that costs 0, and with a bonus star here, Falling Comet gets Stopwatch. So amazing, really, really good on her. So yeah, it's between this and Leona. I might change my mind. I might say this over Leona's. It's just so good, especially for this 10-star adventure. I did it once I had this. I did it with Defiance. Even I had 10 Defiance using the one that's specifically for the 10-star adventure. There's a specific Defiance on there. I used that one. Yeah, this is really good. Her 4-star, it's nice, but it's not necessary at all. You tend to be able to be fine. You can challenge units in appropriately. I did actually use this quite a bit just to make sure my units were being damaged optimally, and then I could heal them and get stats. But yeah, removing this cap with the 6-star and generating the Falling Comet is the real key. This just ups your removal so much once you have this, and you can potentially generate multiple falling comets in a single turn, and just like remove most of their board. Really, really huge. Powers for her tends to be things that ideally give you like mana gems or just base stats. Some spell stuff can be handy if you can get sorcery or something. You definitely want to be able to cast this every turn, damage your own units, stun their units, then be able to attack in and heal. Yeah, really important. So highly recommend getting some spell related stuff. Spell Slinger or sorcery, both going to be very good. You can even, this is a created card, so created cards cost 1 less. Also very good. Yeah, Wild Inspiration, going to be strong. Typically her units are not high stats on their initial drop, so stuff like Titanic Wake isn't going to be as good. But if you have other ways to get bonus stats on them, you do want to be able to attack in with them and hit like the Poros and stuff, and then take damage. And then once you start scaling their stats with healing, then you can worry more about other stuff. But yeah, I think like sharing is caring and stuff like that is really strong on her. That way also, if you drop something with Challenger, it'll give all your units Challenger. Really nice to be able to manage that. So yeah, I don't think anything else really to mention with Soraka. Let's see. Morgana, I think her 6-star is nice, but also not necessary. She's a very much control-based champion. Her Spell Slinger is really good on her, so her 4-star, highly recommend picking this up. The Mana Gem, also quite good, but you tend to shackle most of their deck. You're able to attack and you can deal damage from the shackles and whatnot once their plating is gone. This definitely helps you win, just because you're cursing a lot of their enemies pretty commonly, and then being able to grow your board. It is quite strong, but most of her deck is just, you know, CC their board. They can't do anything. You attack in, you win eventually. Yeah, I think focusing Crystal on support champions, this is really strong. Highly recommend getting that. I think the rest of these, yeah, none of the rest of these are really that important. I think this is the only one that's really important to pick up. You do want to scale you want to have a way to scale your units. You tend to be casting a lot of spells and such. So having a way to scale is quite nice. Also, when you're drafting and such, you want to be looking for things that are like, you know, scaling on playing cards, scaling on casting spells. Really good to get. So, because you do eventually need to deal enough damage to their Nexus at some point to win. All right. We do have one more champion in Targon, which is Aurelion Sol. Aurelion Sol doesn't have any Nova Crystals and stuff. You have to get all his stuff through champion shards. I think he's fine to do at 3-star. I don't think his 4-star is necessary. It's certainly nice. You get double stats from this, but I think his 3-star is plenty to be able to win. Yeah, pretty standard with Aurelion Sol. You want to get powers and whatnot that give you created cards. Play created cards, makes your champions cheaper. Play your champions, they level up. Get Aurelion Sol out there. Once Aurelion Sol's on the board, you tend to be able to clear their board pretty easily every turn. Eventually attack in and win, generate a whole bunch of Celestials, play your Celestials, and get a bunch of stats. You should be fine. So, yeah, 4-star, nice, not necessary. You can probably do this with 3-star. I'm pretty sure multiple people have done it with 3-star. So, yeah. I think actually there's even, I'm just looking at the list, there's somebody who did it with 2-star. So, yeah, Aurelion Sol should be pretty easy for you. Hopefully you can manage that one. All right, moving on to Noxus here. So, I think I recommended Swain as the first person to get the 6-star on. I think it's also pretty necessary for him for this. He actually struggles a bit with this adventure. I think I still one-shot it with this. Pretty sure. Yeah, I did. But he struggles with damaging their Nexus, and all his spell scaling comes off damaging their Nexus. So do keep in mind his, except for the very last Zoe encounter, this Swain Relic does hit their Nexus before the tough landmark drops. So you do get that additional 5 damage, so you will get an additional, 1 damage for spells and skills, which isn't that much. It's, effectively the same as running like big guns or something like that. So really doesn't do that much off the start, though this does also heal your Nexus some, which is nice. But the bigger piece is just this damage getting replicated to all other enemies. They have a huge board all the time. Without this, I think it's going to be a lot more struggle to manage their board, be able to defend properly and everything like that. This really helps him sustain until you can get rid of their landmark and start damaging their Nexus. And then once you start damaging their Nexus, you'll absolutely blow them out of the water. But this is a really key Star of Discovery. Definitely make sure you're picking this up. Spells you require an adventure have Pyromantic Wake. This will also just help you actually get damage onto their Nexus so that you can end up doing more damage from this 3-star and winning that way. So, yeah. Support champions have Focusing Crystal, also quite good. You should be casting a lot of spells. So, these two are the most important ones, but I think this is Star Discovery is the most important bonus star to pick up. Even more important than, Raiding Party, I wouldn't worry much about. Mana Gem is decent, but yeah, I think this is probably the most important bonus star besides his 6-star. For powers for him, definitely any spell damage based powers, or things that give you like spell mana, other things like that. Anything spell related, Spell Slinger also going to be great. Yeah, stuff that reduces cost of spells or gives you spell mana or makes it easier to cast more spells, or helps you generate spells, other things like that. Pretty much anything spell related is going to be very good for him. You tend to want to focus on that. You can also get some skills with units that you're drafting. Skills can also be very effective at damaging stuff. I think his 6-star also triggers off skills, right? Yeah, spells or skills that deal damage to all the other enemies as well. So, yeah, really recommend that. Yep, I think that's most of it for Swain. Still think he's the most valuable to get this on, and I think he really needs it for this adventure. Next, Annie. She, I think, did I even have her 6-star when I did this? I did. I did have her 6-star. I think it's good. Skills activate an additional time. I'm not sure it's necessary. Your spells, this Pyromania is really good. Spells and skills deal 2 extra damage. Raiding Party, again, not really necessary for her. Getting a Mana Gem is decent. support champions have Luden's Tempest, really good. Highly recommend picking this up. The Perfect has this, Death's Hand has this. This one's decent. You do want to get some spells and stuff. I ran sort of a meme build on her. Oops. But it worked out for me. Ran this. I used Drake Hounds to get removal. You could also now, if you get it, you could actually swap out Drake Hounds for something even better, which would be Whirling Blade. This way you don't need to attack in twice. You could even get rid of Gale Force if you're using Whirling Blade. You could, this would be way better for her. So then she doesn't need to be shuffled back into the deck or anything like that. You still want to use Echoing Spirit. That way you get copies of her champion spell and he's Disintegrate. If I get Whirling Blade, I will probably replace Drake Hounds with Whirling Blade and replace Gale Force with Searing Brilliance. That'd most likely be the way I go. That way I could effectively infinitely use Disintegrate, which is also in her deck. I would probably cut Death's Hand and just have Disintegrate in there. That way I could effectively, for 0 cost, Disintegrate on their whole board, then attack in with Annie. Whirling Blade will deal 1 damage to all the enemies. They will then die from the Disintegrate, and then, you know, I can just attack in with my whole board. I know their whole board is going to die from Disintegrate and get free attacks in every time I'm attacking in. So, yeah, would highly recommend doing that if you get Whirling Blade. But otherwise, yeah, this sort of worked, but you'd be much better off using Whirling Blade and Searing Brilliance. What else with Annie? And that would not require you to have her 6-star, by the way, if you did that. Her 6-star is just, you know, you get more skill activations, which is nice, but yeah, certainly not necessary. All right. Powers for Annie. You certainly getting more spell damage stuff, really good. So like Elemental Winds, Jinx's double damage for spells and skills. Both of those really strong. What other things would you want? Yeah, you want to draft units that have stun and whatnot. Spell mana going to be good for you. Things like sorcery also going to be good for you. If you're not trying to go, you know, infinite Disintegrate, then you will want to draft some different spells for damage. Yeah, draft units that have skills that deal damage, like Legion Saboteur and whatnot. Like this. That way you can remove their board, attack in, and whatnot. I think when I used Annie, I created like multiple copies of her, and I used, I got lucky. I got like a, what was it, the Emperor's deck thing that duplicates a unit and makes it ephemeral. And so I had like multiple copies of her that were able to attack in, and I got some other stuff that was really strong with her. I got really lucky on my run with her, honestly. It's the only reason I managed to win. But yeah, I think probably focusing more on her spells and skills. Any powers that buff those spells and skills are going to be really good. You may want to use something that gives... like you could use, what's it called? Shock and Awe to make it so any 1 costs that you're attacking in with trigger a skill. And then that way also if you have her 6-star, those skills will trigger twice, so you get twice the value out of Shock and Awe. That would be also quite good. You do need to remove the landmark as early as possible so that you can deal damage to their Nexus. But yeah, I think with her, focus on that stuff. let's go back to other Noxus champions. So, yeah, he's the most necessary. I think hers is alright, but not necessary. Samira I did without her 6-star. Ambessa, you can see I also don't have her 6-star here. Did both of these without the 6-star, so certainly not necessary on these. Mel, I think I did with her 6-star. I do like her 6-star. Her 6-star is really strong. But I think you can go infinite with her without her 6-star. Some people have put builds up out there. You can, if you use Guardian Angel on her, and I think you can use like either try to find a unit in your deck, or your or you can let the enemies get bonus keywords, and then use Voidborn Carapace, and you eventually get Deathless on her. So once you have Deathless and what's it called? Deathless and Guardian Angel on her, and if you get like Wild Inspiration, you can go infinite with her. So and now they actually have a relic that can give you Deathless, so you can do that. Where is that relic? It's one of the new ones. This one here, Price of Retribution. So if you have both Guardian Angel, Price of Retribution, and then you can effectively go infinite with her by killing her with her own spell. That'll continue to power up her spell. Every time she gets summoned, she summons a Radiant Volley. Use that to kill her again. This is if you have Wild Inspiration. Radiant Volley is a 1-cost spell. And because of her Constellation, you can... every time you play a damaging spell, increase the copies of it everywhere by 1. You basically just continue scaling that Radiant Volley until Radiant Volley is strong enough that you can blast one of their units. It'll do Overwhelm as long as she's on the board. That Overwhelm will, kill their unit, do damage to the Nexus, and you can win. So once you go infinite, it really doesn't matter. Look for, so powers for her, Wild Inspiration, obviously extremely good, or Spell Slinger effectively achieves the same as Wild Inspiration. That is also extremely good. Other spell-based stuff, sorcery is going to be very good on her to get spell mana, so you can play more spells. She relies on casting a lot of spells. As mentioned, I don't think this is necessary, but getting a copy of the first spell you play each round, this, will get you additional damage from it, and be able to do that. Killing a unit with a spell is also really good. This will let you do 2 damage to all enemies in the Nexus, so if you kill one of their big units, you can often just kill all their Poros by killing one of their big units, and then a lot of their board will be gone. So really good at controlling. With just this, I don't think her 4-star is necessary at all. 5-star, very nice. Of course, mana gems just help you scale up quicker. Radiant Volley, hand sensor is fine. Support champions at Focusing Crystal, very good. The Star Discovery is extremely nice, especially if you're not doing her infinite build. This makes it so you get a lot cheaper 2+ cost spells. And then, of course, if you can get like Spell Slinger or something like that, Spell Slinger is primo on her. Definitely try to find that if you can. But otherwise, Wild Inspiration is also quite good. Don't think there's too much else to say about her. Go infinite, win, or just play a standard spell build and you'll probably be fine. Darius, he has... His 6-star is not necessary. It's nice. When allies attack, you summon a random Noxian ally. Cost equal to your mana gems. If you do have this, you want to scale your mana gems quickly. The build I ran, I was using these. So I would use this corrupted star gem to absorb things because I'm generating a unit every time I'm attacking in. I just keep absorbing units and generating new units to replace them. So, and then you also get rallies based off his constellation. So if you have his 6-star, that certainly works out, but you don't need it. You can do infinite builds with him. He does have a unit guaranteed in his deck. So this Legion Grenadier has Spirit Stone on it, which allows you to essentially replay this unit multiple times. It also is by default 1 cost if you have his constellation here. So Legion Grenadier getting Ancient Coin. So it makes it a 1 cost unit. So if you have Wild Inspiration, you can play infinite Legion Grenadiers. This means if you run Darius with Disciple of Shadows, oops, there's relics. If you run him with Disciple of Shadows, girl, sorry, my cat's complaining that I've been recording for too long here. If you run him with Disciple of Shadows, you can play like 6 Legion Grenadiers. That will reduce his cost by 6. You play him, he kills all those Legion Grenadiers, then you just keep playing more Legion Grenadiers because you have those effectively infinite copies of them. You keep playing them, then you also use Chosen by the Stars. This will make it so you have a unit with Augment, which is Darius. So every time you play one of those created Legion Grenadiers, he'll get +1/+0. You can do that infinite times until he has enough power to just attack in and destroy their Nexus in a single hit. So, and then you also run like Lux's Baton, and this will guarantee draw you a follower that costs 2 or less. This requires you to have all these relics to do this. If you don't have his 6-star, which is a lot of good relics, both Chosen by the Stars and the Disciple of Shadows come from the Golden Reliquary. So hopefully you've acquired those already. But if you haven't, the only way you can get those is from the Golden Reliquary. Lux's Baton is a paid relic. If you don't have that, then you want to hard mulligan for the Legion Grenadier, and you need to cut your other units that cost 2 or less from your deck besides Legion Grenadier. That's the only way to go infinite with that. I didn't do the infinite stuff to win. I just, like I said, I used this build, but I did have his 6-star. So, certainly very doable. You don't even need, you could do it at 3-star with doing the infinite build. I think beyond that, you could even do it at like 0-star with the infinite build, honestly. You can, once you go infinite, and if you can consistently go infinite every turn, you're not going to have a problem. So, anyway, that's Darius. I think it's good on him, or you can just try to go for that infinite, but it is going to require you to get Wild Inspiration as your starting power, so you'll have to potentially run through that first adventure a ton of times, reset until you get it if you want to do that. Let's see. We talked about Mel, talked about Darius, talked about Annie. We haven't talked about Samira or Ambessa yet, so let's talk about Samira. Samira, with her, primary thing is you get this every 3rd card you play each round. Your allies get +1/+1, so you can slowly scale your board with this. It's not the greatest way to scale, but it is a way to scale. This fast deal, I think, is really important for her. You are often playing a lot of cards, and you tend to exhaust your hand pretty quickly unless you've drafted a lot of card draw into your deck. So, fast deal, I think, is really important, potentially even more important than her mana gem. bonus stars. Support champions having Lost Chapter is huge. Highly recommend getting this. Spells for cost have Forbidden Idol, quite nice. Silas Shot having Charging Sigil is necessary for the build that I was running. This helps you to make sure that you are triggering this one because by default their Nexus is going to have that whole tough thing, so you need to be doing at least 3 damage to deal 1 damage to their Nexus. Once you damage their Nexus, then you get this 3 cost reduction, which is really good for tempo for her. So I was focusing on using Searing Brilliance with the Stylish Shot to make sure that I was getting cost reduction on all my stuff. I could cast multiple Stylish Shots with this. Then I would attack in. This would often draw me a bunch more cards because of Searing Brilliance. You know, be able to generate a bunch more stuff. Once you level her up, once you play 6 cards, you rally. You can effectively get to a point where you're rallying infinite times, playing a whole bunch of Stylish Shots for free, and destroying them. If you don't have Searing Brilliance, getting Wild Inspiration or Spell Slinger, really good on her. She both has her own created card that when she plunges her strike, she creates this flare. So this normally costs 1, so getting this to cost 0 from either Wild Inspiration or Spell Slinger. Same with the Stylish Shot, getting this to cost 0 from either one of those. Really important. The ones that are generated after you attack in and strike their Nexus. These will also give you more, they will be created cards, so Wild Inspiration will make them free. So once you get to that point where you can just keep attacking in, hitting their Nexus, generating those Stylish Shots again, then you can, like I said, you effectively just keep doing that, go infinite, and win. So that's what you can do with her. Certainly getting +4/+0 to all your allies when you generate the attack token is really good, but like I said, I did it without this. It's not necessary. For me, I just focused more on plundering and using the Stylish Shot a lot. So that is how I went about it. So yeah, Samira, focus on those things. Created cards cost less, spells cost less. Drawing cards cost less. Anything that gets you stuff like that, going to be really good. Ambessa, I think she's just one of the strongest champions in general, especially just even at 3-star, you're generally fine. You scale your units a lot when you're attacking in. You tend to be able to attack in a ton with Ambessa. And get rallies and whatnot. Her champion spell gets you a rally, lets you attack in more, get your whole deck more buffs. Phalanx, I think, is really good. Highly recommend this. I think this is very important for her, more important than her 6-star. This lets you play defensively on other turns, especially with like conscription and stuff. I think that her deck, one of the most important cards is Rictus. Getting him, and if you can find more copies of him and add more copies of him to your deck, really, really good. This being able to play him on defensive turns from your hand to get that free auto attack in is really strong. And then also you can, target him with this conscription. If you have Phalanx, that'll give him barrier, and then you can attack in with multiple of him, stun their stronger units. You can challenge their weaker units with Ambessa and other stuff, and then you tend to be able to win pretty easily. So definitely focus on those things. Certainly, because you are getting a lot of buffs for units, quote, everywhere, getting stuff like Trifarian Might, really strong, especially since like when you drop Ambessa, she'll automatically strike. The weakest unit oftentimes generate you her whatever that spell, the thing that lets you attack in for free, the Midnight Raid, lets you generate one of these. So yeah, I think Trifarian Might, really, really good with her. Also, don't overlook spells with her. She has a lot of really strong spells. So Sorcery, really strong with her. Spell Slinger, really strong with her. Lots of spell-related stuff going to be very good for her. But also combat stuff, very good. Titanic Wake, also going to be great. You will often get your units to Titanic, and then once they are Titanic, you can oftentimes use the conscription to make copies of them. Those copies will get the +8/+8, and you can just do that repeatedly until you end up with a massive, massive board. So, yeah, overall, really strong. I don't think you should struggle with Ambessa, even just at 3-star, but her 4-star will be good, and the 5-star will just help you accelerate faster, be able to play things even quicker. So, this is very good, like being able to, if you attack with 10+ total power, you just kill the strongest back row enemy. This is very good for removing things like the 90/90 cat or the Heart of the Fluff. But you oftentimes, she has like stuns in her deck already, both the Rictus as well as this Cunning Sweep. So you definitely can get plenty of stuns. You should be able to be fine with just based her default deck in terms of surviving against those big units. So yeah, Ambessa, really strong. Don't think you need nearly as much on her as you do on other champions. All right, time for the big region. Piltover and Zaun. We have tons of stuff here, so... Champions that probably need it the most, I think Viktor probably still one of the most worth. You can probably do it without his 6-star. 6-star is really good, but you can probably get by without it. You just got to be playing a lot of created stuff. Anytime you can go infinite with created cards on this. So getting powers like Wild Inspiration are really good with him. Try to draft things that generate you created cards, and once you get to the point where you can get a created card that you can play infinitely, then yeah, like if you get a 1-cost unit with Spirit Stone and you have Wild Inspiration, or you don't even need Wild Inspiration if you have leveled up Viktor, he automatically makes created cards cost 1 less. So once you level up Viktor, you're going to be fine. Yeah, look for powers that give you created cards. Stuff like even just using like counterfeit copies is great, or you know, the prediction one that lets you predict every turn at 0 cost. Yeah, just get a couple different things that give you created cards in your hand. You should be able to level up Viktor pretty quick, especially if you have his relic. And then once he's on the board, he also will, you know, generate more stuff. Yeah, so I guess probably not the most necessary, probably the strongest, but not the most necessary. You should be able to go infinite with just his 3-star. So, yeah, I think you just need to draft and look for that sort of stuff with him. So, who is the most necessary? Maybe Caitlyn? Caitlyn or Vi, probably. Did I have my 6-star with Vi when I did her? I don't think I did. Maybe, though. No, I had her at 5-star. So, I did her without the 6-star. I think it took me 3 tries to do it. But, yeah. I think, yeah, Beast Within and Stacked Deck. I think if you get Trifarian Might, you're going to be fine. That's probably what I got with her. I think I got Trifarian Might, and then just with this, that was good enough. Yeah, I just focused on stats, draw cards, get impact. But yeah, most of all, just try to get stats on them. I think you want to just be dropping units from your hand, draw a lot of stuff. Her 6-star is great for her because you're playing a lot of cards. Your hand's going to get a lot of buffs. Her 4-star is quite nice. I don't know, was I running Beast Within? Really? Why was I running Beast Within? I'm crazy. Maybe I didn't have her 4-star at the time? I don't know why I was running Beast Within. That seems like the most silly thing. There's not a lot of subtypes. Don't do that. Don't run Beast Within. Run something else. Deck of Destiny. I did run on her. I would run Stack Deck, not Beast Within. This is going to be way better. Yeah, I don't know why I ran Beast Within. That's silly. Anyway, this is a thing. I guess I was trolling when I did that. Yeah, get her more stuff. Some people did Curator's Gatebreaker builds. If you have her 6-star, that can certainly be effective. Yeah, get more units on the board. I think I just got Trifarian Might on her, and that's what got me the win. Just being able to play out enough units and win that way. I think. I'd have to check my replay of what I did with her. But yeah, she certainly lacks like stuns and whatnot control, so that's why I use Deck of Destiny and Searing Brilliance. Searing Brilliance also just let me play more cards, get more impact on my units, stuff like that. Look for ways to remove the landmark as early as possible. So you are in the Piltover region, so you can get Aftershock. Yeah, but she is doable without her 6-star. Certainly, you can use a better build than I did. Let's move on. I think Caitlyn is probably the most necessary. Her 6-star gives you Ace in the Hole. This lets you have a form of removal for stuff, and also does a bunch of damage. Has Overwhelm, can damage their Nexus, and it can critically strike, so you can potentially do 20 damage to something. Really strong. You're typically activating a lot of traps. You reduce the cost of this for each trap you activate. The nice thing is, this is also, in a way, nice thing, slow spell. If you get the power that slow spells cast twice, this can be very good, because even if the unit dies, I think it still casts because it has Overwhelm, and so it'll just blast their Nexus. You do need to be targeting a unit originally, though. Traps deal triple damage. This is really good. Having this on board, decent, just because whenever you summon an ally or an ally attacks, you plant a flash bomb in their deck. So just summoning lots of units, really good to plant more flash bombs, and then being able to attack in. He's elusive, so quite nice. Highly recommend picking up the backup officer. Here, this Star of Legend, really, really good to get. Making sure that you are able to shuffle more flash bombs onto all of their deck. Sheriff of Piltover puts a flash bomb on every card in their deck, so yeah, really good. Also, this Star of Discovery, very strong. Followers you acquire an adventure have the satchel, so planting 4 flash bombs when you play those, and then you get an additional one from this, so it's effectively 5 flash bombs get played every time you play a follower that you've acquired in adventures. This advanced intel, getting Tear of the Goddess, quite nice, just makes it free. So it cycles for free. You just draw a card, you plant some flash bombs in their deck. Really good. Yeah, so a lot of good bonus stars for her. Highly recommend picking those up. But yeah, her 6-star probably the most necessary out of any of the champions there. Powers to focus on with her. I think lots of generally like spell-based stuff. You don't have a way to like scale your units' stats very well, but you want to be able to play units and attack in with them. One of the really important, I think, with my run, where's her starting deck? You get this guy. I think I got to the point where I had most wanted. I think there's a bonus star also that reduces most wanted. I went too far back. Sorry. I think there's a bonus star that changes most wanted. It's not. Most wanted should be 3 cost in her deck. Why is that? I'm pretty sure I remember it being 3 cost. I don't know where that comes from though. Or is most wanted just in her deck? No. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Pretty sure this becomes 3 cost. Somehow. Thought it was from her constellation, but maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Port cards have an additional item. Yeah, I don't see it. Alright, well. Yeah, I got to the point where I had her most wanted. I had multiple most wanteds in my deck, and they were like free to play and stuff like that. This is huge, just forcing them to draw a bunch of cards. Highly recommend trying to get this guy to be cheaper to play, and then getting more copies of this. Again, this is also a slow spell, so if you get that slow spell cast multiple times, really good for making them draw a whole bunch more cards, easier to remove more of their deck. Once you level up Caitlyn, if you've made them draw a whole bunch of traps, then when you attack, you deal Nexus damage equal to the number of traps they've drawn. I use the relic on her, this Mischief Maker's Flute. This makes it so when she does damage, you put that many puff caps in the deck. This damage that she does from the traps activated also plants more shrooms in the deck. And also keep in mind from her constellation, the shrooms deal triple damage. So rather than deal 1 damage, they deal 3 damage. So they are 3 times as effective. Yeah, really, really good on her. Really recommend Death's Foil on her as well. Harmless Scarecrow, also important so that you're terrifying whenever you're playing 3+ cost stuff. Play a lot of 3+ cost stuff, terrify them, get them to draw things. Try to get most wanteds. I think there's a higher chance of you finding this in drafts and in stores, so just look for it. You should find it. Look for other things that force the enemy to draw cards. Really good. So, yeah, that's the main thing with Caitlyn. She's probably the most necessary for the 6-star here. Let's see. So, talked about Vi, Viktor, and Caitlyn. Let's go over to Warwick. Warwick has a pretty good 6-star. It's basically an improved version of his 3-star, which it goes every 3 times you've dealt damage, you get +1/+0. I don't think this is necessary. I think you can get by fine with just his 3-star. I think his 4-star is really strong for him. So definitely recommend picking this up. Yeah. Kind of interesting interaction with this. normally, the Poros that get summoned each turn do not get hit by this because they're originally summoned at 1 health, but then their health gets doubled after that, or they get an additional whatever bonus after they're summoned. However, if they have a full board at the end of turn 1, all their units get +1/+1 and a keyword. I don't necessarily recommend this. I just want to note that this interaction exists. Then, after that, if you remove units from their board, when their Poros get summoned after that, they will take this damage because they will have +1/+1 because everything has +1/+1 everywhere. So they will start taking this damage, and this will scale your other stuff faster. I don't recommend purposefully leaving them with a full board so that they get, +1/+1 everywhere and keywords just to start triggering this. But it's not as bad with him when that happens as it is with other characters. So that's just all that you should be aware of with that. Yeah, Warwick, nice thing also with this, the full heal when you kill a unit is quite nice, and it gives you +3/+0 in impact. I leveraged this and used the Soraka relic with him, so I needed his 6-star for what I was doing, because this allowed me to use his Blood Hunt to damage him, even on turns where if they were attacking into me, I could damage him with Blood Hunt or just block, I guess. But other times I could use strikes and other things with him as long as he was damaged, or if I was attacking in because I was using Death's Foil, I believe. Yeah. So if it was my turn, I was attacking in, I could first damage him with Blood Hunt, then attack in. He would kill a unit. I would challenge it because Soraka's relic gives you Challenger. Challenge a unit, make sure I killed that unit. It would heal him, get a rally, be able to attack in again. Just allows you to get a lot more buffs when you're attacking in multiple times and whatnot. Yeah, quite good. And what else with him? Powers with him, certainly, again, Trifarian Might, Titanic Wake. Your units are going to often have 5+ power or 8+ power for Titanic Wake, especially if you have the 6-star. 5-star, you should also get that pretty quickly. Your units just, all allies everywhere having these bonuses really makes Titanic Wake and Trifarian Might do a lot of work. So if you see those, pick those up. Otherwise, just look for other things that help you deal instances of damage. If you have the Finale, Explosive Finale is great. That way you kill units out of combat, like Warwick's at end of round thing, or just using Blood Hunt to pick off units. That will make it so that they explode, deal damage to the Nexus. It counts as another instance of damage. Goes towards this. Yeah, Perfection is going to be great with him. Other things that just deal more instances of damage. More things like this, always going to be great. Just try to get more damage instances going so that you get this power scale up, and then get something like Titanic Wake or Trifarian Might, and that should win you the games in the later rounds. Yeah, not too much else to say about him. All right. Jinx. Her, I did without her 6-star. Her 6-star is fantastic. Highly recommend it. But, yeah. Primarily, she has really good board control with her 3-star. Her 4-star, also really strong. Highly recommend picking this up. I think it's even more important than her Mana Gem. Mana Gem's also great, though, on her. Yeah. Bonus things. This support champion having Focusing Crystal, really good. Damaging spells you acquire in adventures. Having Charging Sigil 2, really good. definitely pick up these two. Pow Pow having Charging Sigil too, also decent. A lot of people ran her with the Loose Cannon's payload. I did not. I did not use this build when I ran her. I used... Where is Jinx? I used Big Guns, Searing Brilliance, and Deck of Destiny. She is lacking crowd control in her deck, so to deal with the big units, I used Deck of Destiny, and then Searing Brilliance just to... so this gets me the wild cards, lets me stun units and whatnot. Also, I could use the red card to help remove a lot of their board, because I was using big guns that also gave me, bonus power. Certainly for powers that you want to draft powers that give you bonus spell damage, stuff like that. You want to be drafting spells that deal AoE damage, similar to like Vex or Swain, stuff like that. Just this drafting spells, getting this Charging Sigil, really nice to be able to remove more of their board. Using Searing Brilliance just so you can play a lot of cards. Make sure that, every time you're playing cards, you are being able to deal damage to their Nexus and a random enemy. Of course, in terms of powers, if you can find Perfection, that is going to be top tier for her. My run, I did not get Perfection, but I still did it very smoothly first try. I think relying on Loose Cannon's payload is sometimes a mistake. I preferred to have like CC and other things in my hand, so I did not use Loose Cannon's payload. I think I only dropped Jinx on the board like 2 times in my entire run that I did with her. Yeah, I think that it was a lot easier to just focus on standard spells, removal. Make sure you try to get rid of their landmark. If you can get like Aftershock in your deck, you are in Piltover region, so drafting Aftershock should definitely be possible. Or the Piltover Tellstones also, that should also help with being able to get the the landmark removed. I think getting a supporting champion that is good, especially because of this focusing crystal. Cheap supporting champion, especially one that can level up easily, is really strong. Like if you can get Mel as a supporting champion, that is primo. Definitely try to get her if you can. But otherwise, just focus on your spells, remove their board, and then, once you're able to get rid of their landmark, you can win. So, but her 6-star, very strong spells and skills dealing double damage will make everything a lot smoother and easier. Powers, spells cost, like Spell Slinger, you already have sorcery, so don't worry about that one. Created cards cost less, also good. Wild Inspiration. What else? Other things that trigger up spells. Not a very unit-based deck. I already mentioned Perfection. Explosive Finale, also going to be really good with her. Other stuff like that. I think there's also one that like Nexus takes additional damage. That can also be very good. So, all right. Next Piltover champion. So we've talked about all these and Caitlyn. So Echo and Jace are the last ones to talk about. Echo. Again, he has the created cards, cost 1 less, so you can try to go for an infinite for him. He doesn't start in his deck with anything that has the Spirit Stone, but if you try to draft a unit that has Spirit Stone, like a 1-cost unit that has Spirit Stone, then you can play that infinitely, and then if you're running Chosen by the Stars on him, you can effectively just infinitely play that 1-cost unit, get Echo to, and then also run, like we were talking about with Darius, run Chosen by the Stars, run Disciple of Shadows, run Lux's Baton if you're doing that, and then all you need to do is find a unit that has the Spirit Stone on it, a 1-cost unit that has Spirit Stone. Of course, if you get a power like Wild Inspiration, then you can get a 2-cost unit that has Spirit Stone on it, and you're fine. Put that thing out infinitely and scale him up, and you win. So he certainly has a method to win. Finding those units and whatnot can be a bit more difficult. But yeah, with that, as long as you have his 2-star power, you should be good. I think, again, similar to Jinx, he starts with Sorcery. If you get his 4-star, really strong, highly recommend this. Same with Mana Flow, also good. Future Firepower, it's nice. I don't think it's necessary. I tend not to rely too much on the units I'm dropping, but if you do want to go with more of a build where you're predicting a lot and getting big units in your predictions, then you can certainly focus more on this, in which case you'll want powers like Titanic Wake or Trifarian Might, because you're just trying to drop a lot of units that have a lot of bonus power and whatnot. I think that's going to be a bit more difficult for him, but yeah, I personally like just scaling him. I even just with my build was I didn't use this thing. I used I don't know, did I use Searing Brilliance or did I use something else? What did I do? Yeah, I used Searing Brilliance, and then just essentially his big champion spell is pretty much free for any created versions of him. You can play this called Shot that generates you a bunch of these parallel convergences in your deck. Eventually you draw these parallel convergences, then you can get free attacks in with all your units. You can always use this to revive copies of him. Some people run Echo with like Guardian's Orb, so you just play a bunch of Echoes out there. They get Guardian's Orb, he gets a bunch of epics, and similar to the way you play Lillia, and then you also use the parallel convergences to make more copies of Echoes. They get more of those Guardian Orb bonuses and whatnot. And then you can, like, if he dies, you can resurrect him with Chrono Breaks, and yeah. Those are always options, but yeah, for me, I like to go with the Chosen by the Stars. This just helps you to scale him up, be able to attack in and win that way. Get, Challenger and Overwhelm and everything with him, and yeah, quite strong. So his 6-star, like I said, I don't think it's necessary. It's nice, but it's not necessary. Last Piltover champion, Jace. You can see I don't have his 6-star. I think his 6-star is overkill. I think he is plenty good without it. This just deals 10 damage to a random enemy every time you play a 6+ cost spell. But I think he pretty much just scales off, you really want to get his mana gem. I think this is the most important. His 4-star is fine, but mana gem, most important thing here. You really want to get to 6+ mana. You want to be casting whenever you play a 6+ cost spell, reduces the cost of all non-spells in your hand by 1, and gives your allies +1/+0 and a random keyword this round. Casting multiple 6+ cost spells is why I use Chemtech Duplicator on him. I also really like Protectors of Demacia on him because this summons Lux. Lux also levels off of 6+ cost spells or spending mana on spells, so you can get her leveled up really easily. That summons a Garen. This gets you a full board really easily. All those units are getting buffs by the what's it called, by this constellation, as well as the spell that Jace generates if you do like the accelerated hex gate. Powers for him, highly recommend getting the slow spells double cast. He already has some slow spells in his deck like Shock Blast and the Assembly Line. Having these double cast whenever you cast them, really, really good. I think that's one of the best powers on him, getting all those doubling spells. So really highly recommend looking for that power. Of course, sorcery, also going to be really good on him if you're able to start with 3 spell mana. Will make it a lot easier if turn 1 you can already cast 6+ cost spells, potentially double cast them. I think there's an important bonus node that gives 6+ cost spells, get Elixir of Sorcery. Definitely pick this up. Really important part, so don't miss out on this one. This is also really nice. I've found lots of times playing him on turn 1, you get the bonus mana crystal the next turn. Makes it a lot easier to be casting more 6+ cost spells. So these two, highly recommend. Forge Worker getting Phage, decent. You do have multiple ways of getting Forge Workers. Both from this thing gets you a Forge Worker and this gets you 2 Forge Workers. So that can be nice if you're able to pick it up, but not necessary. Powers for him, again, spell-based powers. But other stuff still can be good. Stuff that refills spell mana, gets you spell mana. Things like the Archangel Staff or the Tome, or if you have Jace's Relic, using his Relic, really strong. There's also the new Relic that just came out. Oops. I'm going to his constellation instead of relics. The new relic that just came out, if you got that is also going to be very good on him. This renewing power. This you could potentially even replace Chemtech Duplicator with this. Really depends. This is going to be very strong though, especially if you get like sorcery as your starting power. Then you can like play on turn 1 one of your like 6 cost spells that has a duplication on it from this. So then that's going to reduce all their units in your hand by 2. You can then play a lot of like your 2 cost units like this guy and other stuff. You'll just be able to play those out. Be very nice, get a full board, or you use whatever your other spells. Really nice. Then you get your mana refresh. You can potentially play one of those again. That will allow you on turn 1 to play Jace already. Because he'll get reduced by 4 if you play 2 spells that have that Elixir of Sorcery on turn 1. Play Jace on turn 1. If you're using also his thing, you'll refresh your mana. Then you can, potentially play his gate then. And so, there's a lot of really good stuff, I think, that if you have it, replacing Chemtech Duplicator with oops, why am I going here again? With that relic, the renewing power, I think this potentially could be a replacement for Chemtech Duplicator. So if you get this, highly recommend. I think it's going to be best in slot on Jace. I haven't tried it yet, but I think it has a ton of potential. I think I already talked about the powers. Get you don't want cost reduction for spells, so don't get Spell Slinger, but the sorcery is extremely good. Then other stuff that just gets you, anything that gets you mana gems is going to be really good on him. Sharing is caring, also very good. Anyway, let's go on to Runeterra. This video has been going on for quite a while, but we are getting there. This is the next most populated region, so got a lot of units to go through here too. in terms of the most impactful, I would have to say probably Nico. It's like Nico or Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks you might be able to get by without his 6-star. Let's just look at him first. You definitely get a lot of stat scaling, and this really helps remove their board. Yeah. It's between these two. I think Fiddlesticks is way more powerful with his 6-star than Nico is. So you probably want to get this first just for general usage, not just the 10-star. I think his 4-star is pretty worthless. Don't bother with this at all. Mana flow, very good. Yeah, bonus stars. This one's really important to get. Getting the bonus spirit and impact on all your followers you acquire is really strong. This Baleful Seeker getting Corrupted Gatebreaker, really, really good. Definitely recommend picking this up. Support Champions getting Corrupted Gatebreaker, also really good. So yeah, I would get these. This one's all right. Not as important. These are more important. This one's probably the most important, especially for other adventures. It's less important on this one just because their Nexus has tough for so long. But yeah, you want to do more instances of damage. Fiddlesticks, really good if you get Perfection. Then Impact will definitely deal damage to their Nexus. Also, yeah, you're just trying to do lots of little instances of damage. So I think Perfection is really good for him to help burn more of their deck. Other things that just help you with growing stats or playing more stuff. I think, again, Sorcery is going to be really good on him. His champion spell is quite strong and is also in his deck. Crowstorm, really good for terrifying them more. You really want his Relic as well. Anytime you play a 3+ cost thing, it terrifies them. Dealing damage to their Nexus will terrify them. Getting units like this guy out there, more terrify. Pretty much anything with terrifying. And then when you're drafting, you want to be drafting more units that are capable of dealing damage to their Nexus and terrifying them. Lots of times that just ends up being some of the like 3+ cost units and spells, so that you can get those out there. But yeah, in terms of powers, Perfection I think is going to be really good on him, or other stuff that helps you to deal damage to their Nexus. The one that like increases damage dealt to the Nexus, just so it's a bit easier to make sure that when you're attacking in and whatnot, you're actually dealing damage. Let's talk about Nico next. I think her 6-star really helps you to clear their board on a regular basis. So highly recommend picking this up. Getting units that like auto attack in can sometimes be quite nice for this. Helps make sure, like, if you're on a defensive turn, if you just toss a unit down and it attacks in, as long as you're using like big guns or something, or actually it might just do enough damage because it's as long as it has a subtype. If it has a subtype, you're going to be doing 2 damage because it deals 1 by default, and if it's a subtyped attacking ally, then it does an additional 1, so it'll deal 2 damage, which is generally enough to kill the Poros at least. So that can be quite good. Yeah, you want to be getting a lot of subtype stuff. That way you can sort of cheat it out for cheaper. In terms of her draft, that's really important. I also got a lot of like spells and skills deal extra damage because I had her 6-star. So I used that a lot. these things are nice. So support champions have Dragon's Tooth is good. Willump with Charging Sigil is surprisingly nice. But you tend to just want to use this for the stun. This is good, but it's just +1/+1 for basically a bunch of follower types. This is like all the animal follower types, so things like elites and whatnot. Elites, lurkers, other subtypes don't get this, so it's only the animals that do. But yeah, still decent, but I wouldn't say anything that's like necessary. This is really nice to start with a Yordle on the board. It's another subtype, so you don't have to worry as much about that subtype. Yeah, but I think her 6-star is pretty necessary for removing a lot of their board, allowing you to attack in a bit safer. I think it's important to get Death's Foil on her so that you can make sure she can attack in safely, especially that way she can level up and whatnot. And then be giving your whole board or all your units everywhere that have subtypes +1/+1. Yeah. Beast Within, also really good because most of your units are going to have subtypes. They'll get more stats, and you get the Overwhelm. So, yeah, these are really good with her. Yeah, other powers for her. I think in general, stat-based stuff is good. You could probably substitute out this Echoing Spirit for stacked deck and then try to get more stat-based stuff. That way you can attack in a lot easier. But yeah, you could also get some spell-based things like Big Guns or Ludens on her. That would also be effective. Yeah, her 6-star is quite good. I think it's going to be very necessary for most builds trying to win with her. All right, champions that I would say need it the least. I would say Evelynn and Elder Dragon need their 6-star the least out of this. I guess I'll go into Evelynn first. For her, I think the biggest thing is making sure you have her this star. The 4-star is quite nice. This will make it so your husks get an extra +1/+1 because they're created allies. Man Gem, of course, very nice. This is just overkill. I beat it at 5-star with her. You can beat it at 5-star with her, I'm sure. Yeah, you just mainly want to focus on your supporting champion when you draft them. You want to get one that's easy to level up. Ideally, if you can get like Nidalee or Gnar, champions that can level up multiple times are really, really good. But you don't have to get one of those. Just look for a champion that levels up pretty easy and get that +2/+2. Focus on leveling up Evelynn multiple times. Get those things. Yeah. You should probably be running the Beast Within. So I was doing a meme build the other day here, but typically you should be running the Beast Within with her. This, because her husks are a subtype, they get the +1/+1. They transfer that onto the units, plus your whole stuff gets overwhelmed. So yeah, highly recommend that. Though I think actually the build I ran on this, I used Swain's Raven Army, Packed Powder, and Found Fortune. So I was going for getting out Evelynn on turn 1, and then she, with Found Fortune, was drawing either Vora or Domination. And then I would be able to drop one of them, and they would, effectively I would level up Evelynn on turn 1, already start that stat scaling. Then she'd, D-level on turn 2, toss another one down, level up again, you're getting 4/4. So, yeah. Getting Evelyn out on turn 1, very strong. Highly recommend using that build. Swain's Raven Army, Packed Powder, Found Fortune. But if you don't have those things, I think using Beast Within, get your get your husks to have more power so that they transfer those onto other things. They tend to get a lot of stats and whatnot. Yeah, even some people did Evelyn at just 3 stars when I'm looking at what other people did. So yeah, you should be able to do this even, like, this is such a strong thing. As long as you're drafting another champion that's easy to level up, you shouldn't have too much trouble with it. So the other things are just icing on the cake. Yeah, in terms of powers for her, of course, Titanic Wake is going to be great. Your units tend to be really beefed up by the time you level up Evelyn once or twice. So you should be triggering that. Trifarian Might, also really good. Anytime you summon a husk, those husks will often have enough power to strike, and so they will just be striking things right away, and then, you'll be removing a lot of their board. Yeah. This is fine. Followers you acquire and adventures have great club. If you are using a build like I was, where you're not using the Beast Within, then this is even better. Last Caress having Chalice of Harmony, quite nice. If you have multiple copies of Evelyn, this is a great way to remove other units. Especially, I know some people ran her with Echoing Spirit, so then this is effectively a free removal. So, yeah, really good. Plundered Buckler is fine, not particularly crazy. I think that's mostly it. Evelyn's pretty easy to win with. She is very strong with just her 3-star, but make sure you're managing your level ups correctly for it. Elder Dragon, next one I said, is not really reliant on his 6-star. His 6-star just replaces Dragon Boons with Dragon Souls. It's not critical. They're definitely nicer. They're stronger versions of the souls. They often give 2 keywords instead of 1 keyword, or heal you more, or give you other bonuses. But yeah, really not necessary. You should be fine without this. The mana gem is very important. The summon a weakest follower from your deck is quite good. You can especially force this to be different stuff. By default, it summons one of these guys. But if you cut these guys from your deck, you can get this guy to start on your board, as long as you don't draft any other followers. So once you get past like either Lulu Zed or Sett Karma, you can cut these 2 from your deck. It'll force this guy to spawn. Just don't draft any other cheaper units or cheaper followers. And then this means you'll effectively start with yet another mana gem every turn. So really strong if you can do that. Highly recommend picking up this. Yeah, then your draft, you want to be drafting 6+ cost units. They cost 2 less, especially if you find 6+ cost units that have cost reduction on them. Will make them even easier to play. When I ran this, I think I ran with this build, which Great Talons. This is actually really nice for removing their Poros, so you don't have to deal with lots of Poros. You're typically only playing 1 or 2 units a turn, so having a lot of board presence is actually a bit more difficult with him. So Great Talons, normally this is a terrible relic. I would never recommend this to anybody, but for this adventure, it is actually quite nice, and Emotional Support Bear goes along well with that. This is basically a 2-cost 10/10 with this, so 2-cost 10/10 is great for early tempo, and it also, along with Great Talons, it effectively deals 4 damage to their entire board, because this deals 2, and then this guy does another 2 on top of that and stuns the unit. So yeah, pretty good combo. Though I typically would not recommend these relics. So unless you pick these up some other way, you're probably much better off. Definitely use Starforged Gauntlets if you have it. Otherwise, any other way to get mana gem stuff going, or make it cheaper to get units out. You can use like Beast Within. You typically have a lot of dragons in your deck. That can be quite strong. Stacked deck also going to be pretty good. So yeah, those are certainly options if you don't have these things. Oh yeah, powers for him. Again, you'll probably want like Titanic Wake or Trifarian Might, standard big stat stuff. Get those, you should be fine. Jhin, another spell and skill-based champion. Yeah, his 6-star is pretty nice. Spells and skills deal 2 extra damage, and stunned enemies take quadruple damage. This is actually very impactful. This stunned enemies taking quadruple. You often are stunning a lot of their deck, just because his what's it called is triggering pretty often. His origin. This makes it so a Lotus Trap is triggered every like third fast or slow spell or skill. So this Lotus Trap triggers, and then this effectively every third time you trigger something, it triggers Lotus Trap, which is a skill, and so that effectively went too far back. That effectively triggers his Constellation, which is every 4th spell. So the Lotus Trap counts as the 4th skill. And then that creates a 0-cost captive audience. So then you can stun stuff. Lotus Trap also stuns stuff. So you can very quickly stun their whole board. And then when you attack in with Jhin, he does damage to the stunned enemies and does quadruple damage to them. So really easy to remove their whole board that way. Yeah, highly recommend getting his 6-star. I think you can win without it, but it is very good. Yeah, you'll generally be able to scale up Jhin pretty well just by casting a lot of stuff. I use Deck of Destiny on him just to be able to stun even more, as well as you can use the red card for like AoE removal and whatnot, using that bonus power that you're getting from the 6-star. So really strong on him. He's probably, of the champions in Runeterra, so I would say like Poro King might be more important than him. So least important, Evelyn. Second least important, Elder Dragon. He's probably the 3rd least important to have it on. No, actually, no. Aatrox is probably 3rd least important. He's 4th. And then I would say most important to have it on are Fiddlesticks and Nico. Poro King, also pretty important to get the thing on. So we'll go into Poro King next. But first, for your powers for him, you will want to get hopefully spell skill damage stuff. Is going to be really strong. Of course, things like Sorcery, Spell Slinger, also going to be very strong. More explosive finales on him, going to be really good. Yeah, pretty much anything that lets you get more spells and skills going, going to be really strong with him. Let's talk about Poro King. Poro King is basically, if you have his 6-star, you don't need to worry about getting Poro King on the board. If you don't have his 6-star, then you want to get relics and other stuff that and champion items that help you get Poro King on the board and make him stick on the board. That way you can generate more snacks and other things. I think you could probably get by with the Poro stuff without his 6-star. I did it with his 6-star, but you could probably get by without it. But it is extremely strong. This lets you every time you're playing Poros, you're generating snacks or reducing the cost of snacks in your hand. Then you can this last part, it's fine. I think I triggered this maybe once or twice my entire run. I don't think it's that impactful, but you can potentially transform like if you're going, let's say, going up against Mordekaiser and Morgana, you can transform their Mordekaiser into a Poro, and he no longer does his triggers or other things that he would normally do. They keep all their stats, so this doesn't make it so like, oh, they dropped the 90-90 cat, it's going to become a Poro. It becomes a 90-90 Poro. It doesn't really help you a whole lot. So yeah, and they keep their items, I think, on them as well. I don't think it removes their items. So yeah, this is not super impactful. Only thing it does is really remove the text of the characters, which but the more important thing is getting the snacks, reliably getting snacks, really good. I use the snacks with secret technique, then you get double the stats from the snacks, and rather than +1/+1, you're getting +2/+2 every time you cast snacks. Really, really strong. If you find the power, the Get Swole or whatever power, that one is really good. That makes it so anytime you're increasing stats, they get increased by 2 more, so even better. And that also, or I think it's when you like use a spell to gain stats, so that'll make this even more effective. You're also getting stats as long as you have the keywords. I use these relics in order to make sure that I always have 4 keywords on all my 1-cost units. So guaranteeing +2/+2 every turn, really nice. Yeah, highly recommend. If you the good things for him, oftentimes I take even like there's stuff that gets you units on the board, so like the 2 1/1s that are from the Piltover region that have like augment and stuff like that. Those are very good because they have additional keywords. They're 1/1s, so they'll get this as well. They'll start scaling stats really quickly. You can get other stuff like that. Having some units on the board early on, especially 1-cost units. You can also get the husks. That's a green one. If you get that, just having those on the board early on, they will get bonus stats. Then you drop a unit, they'll absorb those bonus stats and the keywords off them, and they will be really strong. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do with those. It is nice having those early units. Other stuff that's good with him, of course, any spell reduction, so Spell Slinger, Wild Inspiration, created cards cost less, very good because you're creating those snacks constantly. Having them be cheaper off the bat makes it so that you can cast them earlier every time, and then you're going to be scaling your stats that much quicker. Yeah. Then also, getting stuff like, again, Trifarian Might or the Titanic Wake, you're eventually going to be hitting where you're dropping, 8 Poros or whatever, and then giving them additional stats. Fantastic. So, yeah, I think those are all great options. Typically, I would wait to try to pick up Titanic Wake till you're, further in your adventure. But even early on, if I saw it in my first thing, I would probably take it. But more what's going to help you early on is some of the spell-based stuff, like Spell Slinger or Sorcery, or just extra mana gems. That's going to help you win your early game. All right. We have covered all of these, so I think it's just Aatrox left. So Aatrox, his 6-star is good, but not as important. Once you cast like Aatrox's spell thing, the World Ender or whatever it's called, yeah, the World Ender, Then you'll transform all your, Darken equipment into Darkens, and then they'll strike the whole board. But more of him is about like controlling the early game until you can get him out and play World Ender. The harder part for him is controlling that early game, so that's what you more need to focus on with him. Getting Beast Within I think is really good because his starting deck, a lot of things are like cultists, and so they will get the +1/+1. So really strong. A lot of units on there have that. So Beast Within, plus you're getting that Overwhelm. It is really good to get powers and whatnot that get you units on the board because you really want to be equipping units. If you already have a unit on the board, you start with the random Darken equipment in your hand, so you can typically equip that to the unit that's already on the board if you have one of those powers. So, the 2/1/4 elites, the 1/1s from Piltover, the Yordle that reduces cost when it attacks, also really good. The 1/2 elusive guy that plants flash bombs in their deck. He's also one of the powers. You can start with him. Just there's one that just like summons a 2-cost unit. The Epic summons a 2-cost unit from your deck. These are all good options. That way you make sure you can start equipping as early as possible. Once you start equipping, you can start striking. You get more stats with your equipped stuff. So really important to get units early on. Try to pick up one of those powers that gets you units or gets you cost reduction for the first card you play so that you can play multiple things in a turn and equip them. Also, make sure you're drafting some equipment so that you're getting more cost reduction. Bonus stars. This equipment you acquire having Phage, quite good. A World Ender having double Chalice of Harmony, very good. Darken Followers having items, decent. This is also decent, especially since you'll need removal for the last adventures. So if you get a cheap champion, you can potentially wait to play them out to capture either Heart of the Fluff or the 90/90. That can be quite helpful later on. But I think what's more important for him is actually the Darken Blade. This is really helpful for when you summon or transform a Darken, it strikes the weakest enemy. This makes an even bigger difference, I think, than his 6-star, because this will really help you with removal when you play him. So, highly recommend making sure you have the Darken Blade. You can probably get by without it, but it's really good. And then powers for him, of course. Again, things like especially Titanic Wake is going to be, or not Titanic, sorry, the Trifarian Might is going to be really good with him. Things that get you extra strikes with units, helping you strike more, is good. Typically you want to be striking with equipment though, and you won't have equipment right when they're summoned, so they won't get that. Only ones like he will have it, or if you have like Kane or Varus as your supporting champion, then they will. I think Jax is also another great supporting champion. Weapon-based champions, any champion that starts with a weapon. Vayne can be good. She doesn't start with a weapon though, but any weapon-based champion, when you drop them and attack in with them, getting a lot more reduction, quite good. I think that's it for him. Of course, getting more powers like Armed to the Teeth, Sorcery, so that you can play your equipment using your spell mana rather than your standard mana. Anything with mana gems, all going to be really strong on him. All right, moving on to Shadow Isles. Down to the last 2 regions. All right, last 3 regions. We also have to do the Spirit Blossom. Let's see. I think the strongest one, Elise probably doesn't need hers. I don't know, like, maybe Thresh? Thresh might be the most helpful. Mostly, a lot of champions here don't really need it. Gwen is also quite good. I certainly don't, like, Viego's is amazing. But I think he can get by without it. Like, he's just so strong based off this power, and as long as you draft right, and if you're using stacked deck, you're really not going to have a problem with Viego. This is great every time you use summon encroaching mist allies everywhere. I think this is the strongest the strongest 6-star out of anyone in the Shadow Isles region, but I don't think it's necessary. His 4-star, however, I think you should definitely pick up. The Mana Flow also really good. There is also Shape of Fear having Stopwatch. I think this is fantastic. Shadow Isles followers getting Pickaxe, really good to helping make sure that you're drafting followers that have 4+ power. This way you can get cheap units that have 4+ power. And then Sport Champions having improved stats, really good. Most of these bonus stars are quite strong. Yeah, I think pretty much all of these are pretty good. But yeah, Crush, very nice. You typically are getting lots of stats on your units, so being able to attack in and do damage through their defenders is very good. Yeah, Viego's just very strong. His Constellation 6-star is probably the strongest, but also not necessary. Most likely. I haven't tried him without, but Thresh is probably the reason I'm saying Thresh is probably because he's the most difficult of these. He relies on like units dying and whatnot to get bonuses. He does get the keywords from all the units that die. So if their board ends up getting keywords, you can end up getting those keywords back onto your units, including like lifesteal and stuff. So that can be quite good. From his bonus stuff, Warden's Prey getting Shadow Totem is all right. Just, you know, pretty much getting any units that have Shadow Totem helps you get more units that are dying. This is really good. Followers you acquire in adventures have Bounty Board, just making them spawn units after they die. Then you can sacrifice those units. You get more stats, get more keywords off them, other things like that. Are really good. Thresh costs 1 less for each ally that has died this game, so you can get free Threshes pretty easily off this. The game starts from a Warden's Prey. The Shadow Totem does not, because this is just summoned, it's not played. You don't get the ephemeral copy, but you do get one of these out there, so it's already a unit you can start sacrificing to get stats for other units. Yeah. This is just nice, especially if you're able to run things like the Relic here, Oath of Guardians. This gets you a lot more champions. Siren's Call is another champion. I think this is really good on him because Evelyn gets you Husks. Husks die. They trigger the 3-star stuff. They give you more keywords to your other units and whatnot, and then even more +1/+1 for all your champions. So yeah, you can get a lot of +1/+1 on champions by sacrificing lots of allies, especially with Evelyn's Husks. So Siren's Call, actually pretty good on him. All right. let's continue here. Oh, powers for him. You're scaling a lot of stats, and you're getting a lot of keywords. I think stuff like welcome gifts, that gives you, like, anytime you summon a unit, it gets keywords. That's really good. Also, you, yeah, I think anything that gives you bonus stats. You're typically not dropping the biggest units until you get Thresh on the board. You are pretty reliant on Thresh, but yeah, if you are using Oath of Guardians, you'll get pretty big champions. So using like Titanic Wake or what's it called? Titanic Wake or Trifarian Might, both very strong. Sharing is caring, also really good with him. Anytime you're summoning units with keywords, they transfer those keywords to other units, and then when they die, other units get keywords and whatnot. Yeah, just tends to be really good. Yeah, what else is there? Yeah, mana gems. Being able to attack in multiple times, also really good if you can get that as an option. Yeah, but definitely the welcome gifts quite good. More keywords, even better, just because you keep those keywords pretty much permanently as long as you have at least one unit on your board at the end of each turn. It'll get a whole bunch of +1/+1s and keywords. So just making sure at least one of your units is surviving or has deathless or something like that is really good. Gwen. So Gwen's 6-star is helpful in that you are in this 10-star adventure. Sorry, just one moment. All right. Sorry, I was arranging some stuff with friends later today and been recording this video for a long time, and so they were asking some questions and needed to finally respond to them. Anyway, let's continue. So we have her 6-star. This gets you some Ghastly Brands. You already have Rally and the 10-star adventure. You already start with the attack token every time, so this is doing nothing for you. Pretty much the main piece of this is that this gets you, with her 3-star, you effectively have 5 of these on the board on turn 1. This means if you're using Disciple of Shadows, you can play Gwen for free reliably on turn 1. So you're guaranteed to be able to get her on the board. What did I use? Yeah, I did use these. Relics. So Draconic Runes, this does make it so when you kill all those units, you killing 5 units with Disciple of Shadows when you drop her. So you effectively get an extra +5/+5 when you drop her, and then this +2. So you get +7/+5. So she drops as a 10/9. And then with Death's Foil, she drops as an 11/9. So that makes her very strong, which is the main reason that I use Draconic Runes, is pretty much just for Fury. Then you can attack in, it'll trigger her Drain. Because of this, the way her Drain works, and her leveled up Drain, which is even better, it drains 1 from the enemy nexus for every 2 power you have. You should have quite a bit of power. You also get the bonus power from Hollowed. When another ally gains Hollowed, she gains Hollowed. And if you put her in the second attacking slot, so you have when the leftmost attacker gains power from Hollowed, so does the attacker to the right of it. So if you put her in the second slot, she effectively, from her power and this, will double dip on Hollowed. So say you've had 10 Hollowed stacks or something like that. Your unit on the far left gets 10 +10/+0, and she'll get +20/+0. So really strong to put her in the second slot. For powers, if you get spells and skills deal extra damage, I think I got multiple of that. Effectively, with her stuff, it makes it do a ton more damage. So, you know, if instead of draining 1 for every 2 power she has, you're draining 2 for every 2 power she has, you're effectively dealing, you know, double damage. If you drain 3 for every power she has, you're dealing, you know, quadruple damage. It's, you know, or 3 times the damage. So every time you increase this by 1, you're multiplying the amount of damage that you're doing, because it's drains for an additional 1 for each time. So yeah, you know, plus 3 spell damage is effectively, you know, dealing double her, you know, it's for every 2 power. So you're dealing 4 damage for every 2 power. So that's effectively 2 damage for every 1 power. So, but you're like doubling her damage basically. That does require the plating to be removed. You have to get this up to 3 power to be doing damage through the enemy plating. But I think I got, during my run with her, I got like +6 or something like that. I got a ridiculous amount of bonus power. And if you get like the Jinx power and stuff like that, you can be draining crazy amounts of health from their Nexus. So yeah, really, really strong on her to get bonus spell power. Also really strong on her is pretty much anything that lets you rally, attack in multiple times. From her stuff, Crush, this is a really good, the 4-star power, also really strong. Mana Gem, of course, great. Let's see. Follower. This node is really nice. Followers you acquire have Malicious Melody, gives them Hollowed, so that you get more Hollowed stacks. Ghastly Brand having Skirmishing Saber, I think, is really nice, so you can be challenging in. You can pull aside their bigger units, and then make sure you're able to punch through with your Gwen. Yeah, I think that's... Oh, support champions having double attack, also really good. Definitely recommend picking this up. Anything else with Gwen? Other power stuff? Not too much. I think lots of times focusing on spell-based stuff for her. Of course, Titanic Wake, also good, especially since when you drop her, she, like I said, if you're using this sort of stuff, you're going to be dropping her with a lot of stats, then giving her an additional +8/+8, even better, harder for them to remove her. Definitely try to get some more champion item node stuff, make it harder for them to kill her, get her spell shield, other stuff, pretty important. Yeah, but I focused around Gwen when I did my build with her. But yeah, you can also just, you know, be trying to trigger more attacks in, using Hollowed to punch through more damage. A lot of people use like Voidborn Carapace and stuff like that to get stats off other things. Yeah, a couple different options you can do. Anyway, let's continue. I think that was... Oh no, we haven't done Elise yet. We talked about everyone else here. So Elise, last champion from this region. Let's see. So her 6-star I don't think is really necessary at all. You plant some Vial in their deck. Whenever a spider ally dies, it gets planted as a nightmare in their deck. And when you play a spider, it's play effect, so you have to be playing it from your hand. But when you do that, you terrify one, so then you're burning some of their deck. You have a chance to draw into more spiders. But in general, you're just scaling her spiderlings every time you attack, so you want to be attacking in more times. You want to get your champions more keywords. Get those keywords onto your spiderlings attacking. So really, her 4-star, really strong. I think her 4-star is more important than her 6-star, honestly. The 5-star also quite good. But yeah, 4-star, really strong with her. Then the Spider Fang thing is decent. This is also alright. None of these are really necessary. I think this one's probably the best of them, but followers you acquire also have Spider Fang. Fine. You're mostly focusing on your spiderlings. Anything that helps you generate more spiderlings. If you can find more spiderlings in your drafts that give your spiderlings better bonuses. Drafting things that give units more epic items or, more champion keywords. Mostly you just want to be looking when you're drafting, looking for champions with more stuff. So getting like this Celestial Legend that gives your support items additional support cards an additional item. This will give your supporting champion an additional item. Really good so that you are copying more keywords onto your spiderlings. Again, welcome gifts, really strong. Anything sort of keyword related. Sharing is caring, really strong. Just because you'll be summoning more spiderlings, especially if you have spirit going. You should make sure you're using a relic that gives you spirit. And impact and whatnot. That'll get replicated every time you're summoning a new spiderling. It'll get replicated onto all your other spiderlings. Growing their stats. Whenever you have a unit that dies, then you summon a spiderling the next turn. So these will end up being quite big. Again, Titanic Wake going to be great. You'll end up with 8 attack spiderlings very quickly. So you can make those into even bigger spiderlings. Also, Trifarian Might also going to be great. Pretty standard, like I've talked about many times before. Those are anything stat-based and then anything keyword-based are all going to be really strong for you here. I even sometimes with her will take the Husk relic stuff and because that'll get those keywords from the husks onto my Elise when I'm normally dropping her. Gives her more stats as well. And then I'll transfer those to my spiderlings and can also be very good. Plus a unit dies, so I'm guaranteed to summon another spiderling the next turn, that sort of stuff. She's really strong. I don't think her 6-star is necessary at all. So I think we covered all these. Yeah, we already talked about Vex from the Vandal City, and we'll talk about her next. So, all right, let's go on to Shurima. Most necessary one here. This is difficult. These are all really good. I think Azir is going to be very difficult without his 6-star. I think the one who needs it the least. Well, let's just talk about Azir and then I'll talk about that afterwards. Now, whatever. I hit all the wrong buttons. Wanted to go back to the champion I was looking at, but anyway, I think the one that needs it the least is Kaisa. But let's look at Azir first. So for him, his 6-star makes it so you get a Renekton and Nasus in your deck at the start, and then you grant your Azir's items to all other champions in your deck or hand. This means you want to be drafting some champions. You also want to be putting lots of items on Azir and making sure that you do that. If if you don't have his 6-star, the only way to scale him is by playing at least 2 units every round. That gives all your allies +2/+2. But once you have a full board, that means you need to be overwriting at least 1 unit every turn, pretty much. Or when you're attacking in, you can summon some sand soldiers and give your units +2/+2. But yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for him to scale well enough without this. You might be able to do it, but I think it's going to be very difficult. I think, by the way, his 4-star, I think this is a bait. I don't think you should take this almost ever. If you don't have his 6-star, it's okay, but once you have his 6-star, this becomes bad. Typically, you want to like drop Azir and then drop another champion on turn 1, and then you want them to both get this +2/+2. And you don't want it so that you have a Rockhopper out, you drop Azir, and then the Rockhopper and Azir get +2/+2, and the next champion or unit you summon does not get +2/+2. So, yeah, much better to have Azir and your like Renekton or whatever supporting champion you get. Better to have them get the +2/+2 than your Rockhopper. So do not recommend picking up Rockhopper if you plan on getting his 6-star. Bonus stars, this is nice. This gives your support champions, makes them ascended, and they get +2/+2. This means that when they level up, they will also count down your Sun Disc. When your Sun Disc fully counts down, you draw all your champions, and so then you'll be able to play them all out. So yeah, very good to be counting down your Sun Disc, and this helps with that. This is also decent. Spells you acquire that cost 3 or more get the Battle Banner. It's not necessary. I think this is the only real necessary bonus star. This is also okay. Yeah. And for powers for him, again, certainly recommend things like Titanic Wake, Trifarian Might. You're going to be dropping champions with lots of stats, making those stats even bigger. Very good. Also, the Rally one lets you rally every turn. Also really good. Yeah, anything that gets you more mana gems. Yeah. A lot of this is just drafting, getting more champions, getting more items on Azir, and making sure that you, when you're getting your initial hand, try to either get a bunch of champions in your hand, or, you know, hopefully sometime in your draft you can draft the item that makes it so you draw a champion at the start of the round, start of the match. Get that onto Azir. That'll make it so that gets replicated onto all your champions. You'll draw all your champions on round 1, and then if you're running double star gem, you can play them all out and win very easily. So, yep, and that's it for Azir. Oh, now I'm keep going back. Let me change to here. There we go. Let's see here. We'll just go through in order. Akshan. This is not necessary. I guess his 6-star is not very necessary. Him and Kai'Sa are probably the least necessary. You do want his 4-star. This is really necessary for him, in my opinion, and the mana gem also quite good. Stealing the mana gem is very nice, but I don't think it's necessary. Same with this, reviving the strongest dead non-ephemeral ally. Also very good. Like, both of these are great, but I don't think it's necessary for him to win. Generally, you're just winning off targeting Akshan a whole bunch of times. You can use the countdowns and removal to get stuff. Eventually, you just want to get his Warlord's Horde counted down. What makes it so... Yeah, this countdown completion effects activate twice. That's what's really good. because when the Warlord's Horde completes, you can get this. One of the things off there is the one I think is best is essentially you draw 2 cards and reduce the cost of cards by 1 this turn, and you do that twice. So you can effectively get all cards cost reduced by 2 for that turn. And then you can just play a whole ton of cards. If you're running, what's it called? Chosen by the Stars on him, then you can just, target him with a ton of stuff or just play a ton of things and his stats will grow quite big. Echoing Spirit, really good with him. His champion spell is this, so you can grappling hook, you just target him with anything like the 4-star stuff or whatever, and then you can use these to just grappling hook, strike a bunch of their board, remove a lot of their board, and then just attack in with him and win. Yeah, it tends to be pretty auction focused. But the more you're targeting your units, the more that you're getting those countdowns. You get +1/+0 to your whole board every time you count down and do those targets. So, yeah, you're able to grow your board that way. Use his champion spell to remove their board and then win. So, yeah, this thing is good. Stealing their mana gems is great, just because it gets you more mana gems more than removes their mana gems. But... and then the nice thing about this is that you oftentimes can revive Akshan if he somehow dies. This does get you an easy way to get him back. So anyway, let's go on to Kaisa, who is, I think, the more necessary piece is her 5-star. Her 5-star is probably the most necessary out of this. This gives you +2 mana, and allies with 3+ keywords have +2/+2, but 6+ keywords have +4/+4. This is just so many stats. You can get a lot of keywords onto your allies. You tend to, certainly Dragon's Rage really good because this is a keyword, adds a keyword to your allies. I run her with, or oftentimes, I guess here, is this the build I used on her? Might have been running something else here. Oh yeah, this is the build I used. Interesting. I oftentimes run her with Black Shield. Definitely perfect hex core because this gets you additional stuff. I mean, I was running this because I have her 6-star. But if you don't have her 6-star, I think using Black Shield really good. Basically anything that gets you keywords for all your allies is going to be really strong. Yeah, I think like one of the new relics is going to be really good with her. Where is it? This one. Round start, one of your units will get Scout. So that'll be really good. You can also use like perfect hex score and like her stuff. If you have her on the board, you can get her Scout, or even if you have her 6-star, you can get her Scout really easily with this. I think this will be very strong. I will probably replace like Queen's Embrace with this. Yeah, because this will be another way to get Scout. You typically, her supporting champions getting Hunter's Machete, really, really good. Also highly recommend picking this up. Anything that gets your units keywords. So all of these are really good to pick up. This is less important. Yeah, these guys are all really good. Highly recommend picking these up. Yeah, more keywords for allies. Try to get to these 6+ keywords. Get all this +4/+4. Getting lots of stats on your units is going to be really strong. I think her 6-star is one of the strongest. It's really easy to underestimate, but you can force this 6+ positive keywords onto your units using the second skin. When you target an ally with second skin, you give the Kaisa's keywords to that unit. So you just load up Kaisa with a ton of really good keywords. you toss those keywords onto your units, and then, yeah, you can, once you have Kaisa on the board, you'll get 2 second skins, and then you can put those on 2 different units, get a bunch of keywords onto Kaisa, and Kaisa gives them to those units. So, of course, Welcome Gifts, going to be another great power for her. Yeah, pretty much anything keyword related. Of course, if you see Evolution, that's going to be, you know, absolutely the, or whatever, I think Evolution's the epic or the legendary power that gives you +1/+1 for each keyword, or whatever. But yeah, that's really good. But in general, pretty much anything keyword related going to be very strong on her. Then yeah, the standard, most of the growth typically comes, well, they have Evolve, which I forget if this says, yeah, once any unit has +6 positive, or once you've played 6+ positive keywords, all your Evolve units get +2/+2. So a lot of your units that you're dropping are going to be like 5/5s and whatnot once you've triggered Evolve. So yeah, I think it's really good to also have either Trifarian Might or Titanic Wake. Very easy to get to that point where if you have this thing, if you're dropping units that have 6+ positive keywords because you have stuff like this, then you're very likely to also trigger Titanic Wake. Because with Evolve, like this guarantees you also have Evolve, so you're going to have +6/+6 when you're dropping them, and then whatever their base stats are. So it's very likely that those units will trigger Titanic Wake. Definitely Trifarian Might for sure, because they will be at least 5 strength to be striking stuff. So yeah, that's mostly it with Kaisa. Let's go back to the region. All right, Nasus. Here we have, so his 6-star is very good for him. It does require you to be slaying their units, but whenever you slay a unit, reduce the cost of every card in your hand by 1. It does go down to a minimum cost of 1. You can't go below that. But then when you restore the Sun Disk, allies everywhere get +5/+5. And from his 3-star, once you've slain 8+ units, you restore the Sun Disk. So having ways of removing his, like the Poros, slaying the Poros each turn, really important for him. If you find ways during your draft to make that happen, it's really good. In terms of bonus stars, Siphoning Strike, getting Stopwatch, really, really good. Definitely pick this up. Then this is kind of meh. Weight of Judgment, getting bonus damage, also okay. But mostly, this is the most important bonus node to pick up. You can make it so if you have Nasus on the board, that's his Siphoning Strike is his champion spell. So if you're using like the Grand General's counter plan, you can guarantee that you get one of those in hand every turn. Strike their enemies, remove them. Scales of Judgment, pretty nice for him. Lets you strike more units. If it's Nasus, he strikes with the strongest and the weakest. And then also your supporting champion, when you drop them, they will strike once, you get more removal that way. Yeah, you can also use stuff like Wicked Harvest on him. So Disciple of Shadows, Wicked Harvest, that's another way to kill a lot of their units. Getting more slay effects in there. Also just really good. That way you'll trigger the Sun Disk a lot easier and get that +5/+5 for everything. Again, Trifarian Might, going to be one of the best things you can get on him because you get those strikes on the Poros. This will get you to restoring the Sun Disk a lot earlier, get that +5/+5. Yeah, really, really strong. Other things, just anything that's going to give you bonus stats. Going to be really good with him. More mana gems, of course. Yeah, not too much else to say. He's just very stat related, and it's very snowbally. You have to be killing their units. Once you're killing their units, you're going to grow a lot. But if you're not killing their units, he struggles to kill their units. So, yeah, very snowball related. The more you're killing their stuff, the easier it's going to be to kill more of their stuff, and so on. All right, I think last champion, Lillia. I think her 6-star is quite important for her. This makes it so when allies attack, they play Threaded Volley, and your spells and skills deal 1 extra for each allied landmark you have. Her 4-star is one of the few unique 4-stars. This makes it so the first time you play a landmark, you refill your mana equal to its cost. It's actually quite good because you do want to get her leveled up, and you need to play. You need to eventually have 5 landmarks played at either played or summoned in order to trigger her level up. So yeah, this can be good. You can just play out early landmark, get a refill, especially if you find some good landmarks that have triggers when you play them and whatnot. Yeah, is quite good. One thing that's important to note, she starts in her deck with a unit, this Desert Naturalist. I actually used Lillia with Found Fortune because it guaranteed me to draw this. This allows me to destroy a landmark, which I could destroy their plating. That way, when I'm attacking in, I am guaranteed to have all those skills from her 6-star. Deal damage. If they don't have blockers, then I would be dealing damage to their Nexus. So highly recommend using Found Fortune on her. Being able to destroy their plating very easily is important to winning with Lillia. So yeah, I found that very helpful. Then I also ran a bunch of spell damage stuff with her. Again, running more spell damage when you're drafting powers and whatnot. Anything that gives you spell damage. You typically don't need spell mana with her as much. Mana gems, of course, very good. You want to get cost reduction on her so you can play her out as early as possible. But yeah, spells and skills dealing more damage is good. Otherwise, anything that gets you more stats will also be good. When an allied landmark is destroyed, your allies get +1/+0, and your allies just by default have +1/+1. So oftentimes the stuff you're summoning when you summon like rock bears and whatnot, they have quite a few stats. So if you do have like Trifarian Might, you oftentimes will be like striking and killing their least or their weakest units. So that can be decent. But yeah, try to focus more on spell damage stuff where you can if you have her 6-star. If you don't have her 6-star, you can try to do things like trying to get multiple copies of Lillia on the board. You can use like Frozen Tomb, and you can have Lillia duplicate the Frozen Tomb, so you can end up with like 3 Lillias on the board and use her Threaded Volley rather than the Threaded Volley of all the other stuff. That can certainly be a way to win. I think that's going to be more difficult to pull off, but it is a thing you can do. But I recommend getting her 6-star. I think it's going to be more important than some of the other Shirimans. So, at least for getting through the 10-star adventure. I think, in general, I just don't like playing Lillia because I don't like dealing with landmarks. In general, I think Kai'Sa and Azir have the strongest 6-stars. I think I would, if I was getting the 6 stars in order, I would probably go with Azir, Lillia, Nasus, Kai'Sa, Akshan. I'd probably go in that order for trying to do the 10-star. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's pretty much it with Lillia. Let's go on to the last region. We are almost there. This is a very, very long recording. This is probably the longest recording that I've done. My jaw is getting a bit sore just from talking too much. I don't typically talk this much. I just play video games. Let's see. All right. Spirit Blossom Ahri. Let's talk about her. Constellation. I think her Phantom Pranks is worthless. I think that Mana Flow, very good for her. Cycle of Life, I think this is really, really good. This was the first Nova Shard thing that I bought for any Spirit Blossom region. I don't think it's necessary for her to win, though. I think she can win without it. So, as much as I like this, I don't think it's necessary for her to win. I think that the most necessary champions are going to be like Kindred. I think is probably the one that needs it the most to win the 10-star adventure. I think that this is a very good rune star for her. The other option is to, if you don't have this, you could use the Spirit Armor. Where's Spirit Armor? Spirit Armor. You could use this and then use the Formidable Relic if you have that. That is certainly another option for her. Can be quite strong. So yeah, if you don't have the +3/+3 for Ephemeral Allies, Spirit Armor is both useful on more other Spirit Blossom champions. Well, I guess you have to unlock it for each one, but it's cheaper. It's not a legendary. Like if I was going to be, paying to unlock one of these using this stuff, unlocking one of these legendaries costs like $580, whereas if I go to unlock one of these, I might just have extra copies of it. But yeah, this only costs $120, so it costs way less to get one of these than it does to get one of the legendary ones. So that is certainly an option if you don't have this one. Yeah, her other stuff with constellations, like I said, Phantom Prank's pretty worthless. I don't even have it yet. I don't plan on getting it. I don't really care. It's, maybe one day I'll get it if I have a glut of Spirit Blossom resources, but until then, yeah, Spirit Blossoms, most of their stuff just benefits other Spirit Blossom champions. I recommend picking up as much of this stuff as you can, because getting a lot more bonus health and rerolls and other stuff are really good for all your Spirit Blossom champions. They end up with a whole ton of bonus health and other things. Petals of Fate, having Oracle Lens, very good. This is a very nice thing to pick up. Shadow Totem on your support champions, also quite good. Followers you acquire that cost 3 or more have Philosopher's Stone, very good. This guy having additional draw for spells. Yeah, pretty much all of these are really nice. Highly recommend picking up as many of these as you can. That's about it with her. 6-star is very nice in my opinion, but probably not as necessary as as Spirit Blossom Kindred. Let's talk about Spirit Blossom Kindred. I think this is the most necessary. I think she is a bit more difficult. So her Nova Shard 7-star, whatever you want to call it. This makes it so marked enemies get their health reduced to 1. This is really good for removal. Her 4-star is also really, really good. When one of your units or spells deals excess damage to an enemy, it does the excess damage to a random back row enemy. So you can just remove multiple enemies with single things, especially if you've marked a bunch of their board, reduce them to 1, and then you blast them with... she has, by the way, her Star of Discovery has Blasting Sigil, which makes your spells deal double damage. So you can really make some spells deal a ton of damage in this. Dance of Arrows also has this blasting sigil, so Dance of Arrows, you can deal 3 damage to all marked enemies. Instead, you're doing 6 damage to all marked enemies. And so that if the marked enemies are at 1 health, you know, they're essentially doing 5 more damage. So let's say you have 3 enemies that are marked on the board. They go down to 1 health. You do the Dance of Arrows. So then you're doing 15 excess damage to the other enemies that are still left on the board. So really good removal with this overkill, especially with her champion spell. So highly recommend that. This rune is also really good. Highly recommend picking up this rune. When a champion or ephemeral ally kills an enemy, you refill your spell mana. This synergizes extremely well with the Beast's Frenzy. When any unit dies, it creates a Beast Frenzy in hand, or if you have one, it reduces the cost by 1. If you use the Beast Frenzy to challenge in and kill something, then oftentimes, depending on what you're using, you can have like here, I wasn't even using the thing that makes it so your ephemerals don't die. So the beast will die, and the unit that it's attacking into will die. So that'll trigger 2 reductions here. So you get a 5 cost here, and you refill your spell mana. So now you can cast another one of this for 5 mana. And if you have, you know, more spell reduction or created reduction, really good that you can, if you get multiple, like Spell Slinger and Wild Inspiration, you can get this to the point where you can effectively infinitely cast this, which is extremely good. So highly recommend picking up this rune. I think it's the best on her. If you don't have this, you can take Wild Inspiration as another option for the rune. But yeah, definitely recommend this one if you can get it. When a marked enemy dies, ephemeral champion and allies everywhere get +1/+0. It's good. Yeah, you're gonna have this stuff. You're probably not running this if you're not at least 3-star. But highly recommend getting her to 6-star. Definitely pick up this. This and Beast has Phage is good. Followers you acquire an adventure have Kindred's Mark. It's fine. Yeah. Mostly focused on, I think, using builds that have Kindred, getting the Grand General's counter plan really good. Highly recommend getting her out on the board as early as possible. Marking enemies and then, you know, making sure that you're able to remove them. Then let's see what next. Oh, sorry. For powers for her. Sorcery, really good. Already mentioned Spell Slinger and the Wild Inspiration. All of those really strong with her. Pretty much spell damage stuff is going to be good, especially because your spells deal double damage. If you have that bonus star, lots of things that help you remove stuff. One of the things that's actually kind of nice, if you get the power that summons your weakest unit, her weakest unit is a guy that, where is he? No, this guy. So he's a 0/7, but he makes it so when you target an enemy, it gets marked. This works really well with especially spells and stuff that target enemies. That way, if you're using a spell to remove something, like let's say you're using Vile Feast or Withering Mist to try to remove something, when you target those allies or those enemies with these things, it'll mark them before it kills them. And so, or even if it doesn't kill them, they'll at least be marked just by targeting them with the spell. And then the next turn, if you have her 6-star, they will go down to 1 health. So really good to get that summon the weakest follower from your deck, just to have this effect out there right away. Also works well as just a decent blocker. 7 health is pretty good for blocking and has regeneration, so yeah. Other powers for her, I think mostly, yeah, just spell-based powers, spell damage, spell mana, spell reduction, all going to be very good. All right, let's go on to Master Yi. Master Yi's Constellation, highly recommend picking up the 4-star. I think this is mandatory for him more than his 6-star or Nova Shard, whatever you want to call it. I think this is probably the most necessary. Allies this round buffs are permanent, except for Barrier. You have some units in his deck as well as other things that you're targeting units with a lot of spells that are only this round. So like this guy, every time you play a spell, he gets +1/+1. This round, that becomes permanent. Anytime you're playing spells like this on units, it becomes permanent buffs rather than this round. Yeah, necessary. Just pick up that node, the most necessary node on his tree. You have to get the other nodes to get there, so, but yeah, get this. I did not have his mana gem when I did it. That was fine. I think I did have, I forget if I did it with his 6-star or not. Probably did. This is really good. Just when you target an ally with a card, grant stats equal to its costs. So really, really strong. And the Rune Star, when an ephemeral ally gains stats against twice as many instead. This is really nice because you're often running him with the Relic Secret Technique. So this, when an ally gains stats from a spell, gains twice as many. So you can, when you're doing this on an ephemeral, you're getting, 2 times. So you get super big ephemerals with his, with that constellate or the rune. So this rune is really strong for the animations that he does whenever you're casting a spell targeting one of your units. So animate just summons a 1/1 ephemeral and copies the spell onto them. And this, this will make those units extremely large. Yeah, so highly recommend this rune. If you don't have this rune, get it. Star of Discovery. This is good. Support champions having chosen by the stars, very good. Highly recommend picking that up. Spells and you acquire inventory having Stout Shield, really good. Highly recommend that. You certainly want to be drafting spells that give bonus stats unless you're going for like an infinite build, in which case you can just focus on the one spell in his deck. It does make for a bit more of a risk. So you, of course, would want to focus on just this. Try to hit this with Searing Brilliance. Then you would want to cut Ghost and Petals of Fate from your deck. Make sure you're hitting this, cast like this one, makes it increase this buff by +1/+1 for each other time you've cast this game. So the more times you're casting this is also Master Yi's champion spell. So once you get Master Yi on the board, you can play more of that. Master Yi is pretty expensive, so I oftentimes did not get Master Yi on the board. I generally just played off his board. But making sure that you're getting more copies of this, really good. Another one, this guy is really important. When he dies, you get bonus. This gives you Grief's Lesson, which an ally gets plus whatever this round. Buff is equal to the highest attack and health of allies that have died this game. Of course, you have like ephemerals that are dying, and if they had huge bonus stats from this, then you will get even bigger stats from that Grief's Lesson. So definitely make sure you're sort of sacrificing that guy in to get this Grief's Lesson. He has Challenger, so you can sort of force sacrifice him in. Really strong. Definitely try to get more copies of him or more copies of this in your deck. If you're not, even if you are still using Searing Brilliance, oftentimes still good to just draft spells that give bonus stats and use those. By the end of the adventure, you're going to have so many cards in your deck. If this is the only spell in your deck, you're not going to draw very many of it, unless you've somehow been able to find in either shops or other things that this just came up again in drafts. So yeah, definitely pick up some other spells, in my opinion, that give bonus stats and use those. But yeah, if you're focusing on this, then hopefully you find more of it in a draft or can just cut other stuff from your deck and play as much of this as possible. All right. Yeah, I don't know if there's other runes that will be decent with him. Early Bird's fine. I used this for a while just because it gives you a unit that you can target spells with already on your board. So yeah, if you don't have this, this is a reasonable option. Let's continue. All right. Yasuo, I do not have his Nova Shard thing. I think that his 4-star is very good. 5-star mana gems, obviously nice, but not necessary. I'm only using a blue rune star, which is created cards cost 1 less. You're often creating a lot of cards with this thing, this Commune with Spirits, and this also has Grifter's deck, so the ones that get shuffled into your deck will cost 1, but if you have Wild Inspiration, they cost 0. I oftentimes tried to hit this with Searing Brilliance. That way, anytime I played this, I would draw cards. Yasuo, with his Constellation, he gets a lot of cost reduction from this Storm Conduit, so you oftentimes run out of cards. So drafting card draw is quite important, and yeah, that's why I was using Searing Brilliance, just to make sure I was actually able to draw cards, play more cards, because the more cards you play, the cheaper other cards in your hand become, and then you can play those cards for cheap, and then you can play more cards, and you just throw up your whole hand onto the board, is the way this works. Yeah, it's very strong, but he does lack a good way to get board presence. I think this will be very good. I do want to get it at some point, because you make a lot of your stuff Storm Conduit, and getting it epic items is going to be really strong. That probably makes for a good way to get scaling. Generally, though, the way I handled removal and stuff is you drop Yasuo in order to remove things from their board. When he's summoned, he obliterates the strongest enemy, so be sure to save him in your hand until you need to sort of obliterate something. Or if you have the attack token, you can attack in with him and then obliterate the strongest enemy that way. So oftentimes we drop him on a defensive turn to obliterate something strong, and then when I got the attack token back, I would attack in and then be able to obliterate stuff again. So yeah, quite strong in that way. If you don't have some of these relics, Hex Core, really good, because this is just another card you can play each turn that helps use Storm Conduit and get you reduction. But you could use something like, you just need to get him 1 more attack, so you could use Death's Foil, and then he'll have 8 attack, and then you can use Starforged Gauntlets, so you could start with even more mana gems. If you have Yasuo's Windblade, then you can have 5 mana gems at the start effectively. Or if you don't have his mana gem, you can sort of make up for that with that sort of stuff. But I think being able to play more cards every turn, reduce the cost of the cards in your hand and deck, and yeah, just keep doing that and play more stuff. This means that, of course, powers that you're acquiring in adventures that give you cards like even counterfeit copies, or the 0 cost spell that gives a unit +3/+2. The one that lets you predict. There's other created cards that are in hand. Like I was using Wild Inspiration here, so even just the dagger, that's a 1-cost dagger that gets generated each turn, quite good. So yeah, lots of options with this in terms of powers. Spell mana can also be good. Sorcery for spell mana, or Spell Slinger, or finding more Wild Inspirations, also good. Drafting that power. That's all good stuff. You can go for some stat-based things as well. He tends to lack a little bit of board presence, so you can, if you do manage to, you could substitute something out here for stacked deck or something like that. You could potentially substitute out Yasuo's Windblade. You start with less spell mana if you have his mana node, and instead just go with stacked deck or something, just so you have more stats when you're dropping stuff on the board. And then you could get Tricarian Might or Titanic Wake if you have that. But yeah, otherwise, I think you just try to win by generating strong enough things with this Commune with Spirits. All right. Let's continue. Last two here. So these, I think, require the least resources. Obviously, I did this with, 5 stars here and 4 stars for Teemo. So with Evelyn, I think the bonus star that I picked up is this one here? Or what are the stars that I... Bathed in Blood, this one. When an ally dies, grant allies in hand +0/+1. This goes very well with her build that I use, which is all based off Strength of Stone. So, yeah, definitely recommend. I think this is... It's not necessary, but it's very good for if you're running a Strength of Stone build. And then the Spirit Armor for +0/+3. This is absolutely necessary if you are running the Strength of Stone build, which I think is her strongest build. So using both of these, you really want the bonus star also that gives bounty board to your followers. This makes it so when they die, they summon a 1-cost unit, but those 1-cost units get the Spirit Stone buff, plus they get the Strength of Stone buff, so they have at minimum 5 health. Yeah, so really strong. Definitely pick this up, this Star of Discovery. Support champions have Spectral Scissors, really strong. Definitely pick this up as well. Beckoning Gaze, having Mage's Handbook, pretty good. Yeah, I think this one's not really necessary. I rarely played Bewitch. It's good every once in a while, but yeah. You tend to, if you're going to be charming stuff, you oftentimes just use Beckoning Gaze. This is great. The one thing, the trap you should be aware of, I did lose once with Spirit Blossom Evelyn. Or twice, I guess. Yeah, anyway. The main reason I lost with Spirit Blossom Evelyn was because I actually took the Fill Your Home with Poro's power, and my board was constantly full with that. Oh, sorry. My board was constantly full with that, and so I was unable to charm things with the Beckoning Gaze, and so they got the Heart of the Fluff or the 90/90 and killed me because I had no board space to charm things. So definitely with Evelyn, you want to make sure you're keeping some board space. Don't just fill your board with units all the time. Make sure you keep a slot open and don't have Poros being summoned in that slot at the start of every turn. Yeah, that can be bad. So be aware of that. Beyond that, not too much with her. It is good to have some units start on the board. Oftentimes I do like to take like the power that summons the 1/4 elites. Definitely, of course, Titanic Wake is going to be great with her. You're very often summoning units with enough health to trigger Titanic. So really good. Trifarian Might, it's sometimes a bit harder to trigger because you're focused more on health rather than other stuff. But yeah, pretty much anything that gives you more bonus health, or like when units take damage, they gain stats, ways to give your units more keywords or regen. Yeah, you can also just charm their bigger units, attack in with them. Use your support champion to Spectral Scissors their big units when you attack in after charming them with Beckoning Gaze. Get duplicates of them. Really strong. Just, yeah. It's a matter of learning how to play her properly, and she should be pretty easy. You don't need the Mana Gem or Mana Gem is going to be great with her if you're able to pick it up, but yeah, you definitely don't even need her Nova Shard. I think this is the most worthless one. This doubles their power. I'm normally focused on their defense. When you steal the enemies, it does still use their power. They don't get, what's it called? They don't get Strength of Stone when you charm them. So this is still good, but I don't think it's necessary. I focus more on my units than I do on their units. All right. Let's go to the last one, which is Teemo. Spirit Blossom Teemo. Really strong. Really key is getting Teemo on the board, potentially multiple Teemos. That's why I use Frozen Tomb. This way I can get 2 Teemos on the board. Every time we draw Puff Cap, it deals damage to all the enemies. If you have 2 of them, this triggers multiple times. And so it makes it really easy to wipe their board, especially once he levels up. Then every time they draw a trapped card, it deals 3 damage to all the enemies. So if you have 2 of them on the board, that's doing 6 damage to all enemies. And they're going to be planting a whole bunch more Puff Caps in there. Really important in terms of relics. Harmless Scarecrow, really strong. Mischief Maker's Flute, really necessary. That way, when he's dealing damage with this, it's planting more shrooms into their deck. So I really feel like these are necessary for him. Frozen Tomb, you can probably substitute out for something else if you want to. But yeah, I like having multiple Spirit Blossom Teemos on the board. And if I don't draw my Spirit Blossom Teemo, I like to make sure that I do get him on my board eventually, because it is quite necessary. His Constellation, of course, the Rune Star, pretty necessary. Anytime you damage the enemy nexus, you plant Puff Caps in the enemy deck. You plant that many, so this can allow you to sort of go infinite if you do have his Nova thing. I do not have his Nova, but his Nova, it makes him disgusting. It's if you've watched other people's videos and stuff on this, once you draw something with 5+ traps on it, they're basically dead because they will just keep drawing more cards. They will most likely draw a card that has 5+ traps on it. That gives your allies +1/+1, and they discard a random card and draw another one, and that's probably also going to have more Puff Caps. And they draw a card, it's going to deal damage to all their units. It's going to plant more Puff Caps in their deck, and yeah, it's just, ridiculous. So this is always this just is crazy combo, but again, not necessary. Yeah. Pilfered Plans, game start, draw a random card from the enemy hand and reduce its cost to 0. This is fine. It's probably pretty good. I'm sure you could hit some good stuff. You know, maybe if you go against like the Elder Dragon fight, maybe you just get Elder Dragon in your hand and reduce its cost to 0. But yeah, while this can be good, I did it without it. I think I did it first try with Spirit Blossom Teemo with just his, 4 stars, 3 star plus the Rune Star. Yeah, pretty much just get more Puff Caps in their deck, get Teemo on the board, and you should win. You typically, let's see, this is good. Support champions have Horrific Visage, Stress Defense is this. It's all right. This is really good. Followers you acquire have a special delivery. You want to be putting more Puff Caps in their deck. Same with this one. Evil Eye on 3+ cost spells. This is really important. Definitely get this. You don't have a ton of Puff Caps in their deck early on, and you really want to start getting more Puff Caps. So pretty much all of these I highly recommend getting as early as you can, because these will be very helpful. And then draft some 3+ cards, preferably cards that make them draw more cards, because once you have Teemo on the board, that's just going to plant more shrooms in their deck, remove more of their board, and make you do more damage. Yeah, and then try to find a way to remove their landmark so that you can keep making Puff Caps pop on their deck and you win. So that's pretty much it. That was a really long video. I hope this was helpful. I will put timestamps on, and hopefully you've already gone through the timestamps and whatnot. But if you do have more questions about these, let me know. I will try to cover other champions in like future videos and whatnot. But for now, this should cover all the current champions and doing this. So hope this was helpful. And yeah, we'll catch you next time.